Good morning, folks. My name is Russ Murphy. It's a pleasure to be back here. This is the Placentia Regatta, the 61st anniversary, the 61st rowing of the Placentia Regatta. And we'll be here throughout the day and we'll be bringing you live coverage, stroke by stroke coverage of this regatta. 15 races are here today, including the men's and women's championship. 8 ladies' races are on the card, including the championship. It's a nice day, cloudy, trace of fog, about 15 degrees, and wind southwest at about 11 kilometers per hour. Humidity is a bit high, 96% today, and pond conditions are ideal. We're just waiting for the official start of this race. It should be a real dandy between Volkswagen in the near lane, Smith Stockley in lane 3, Hydraulic in lane 2, Daw and Burke, last year's women's championship here in Placentia, in lane number 1, the outside lane. So it's a this is going to be, this race will set the tone for the women's championship, without a doubt. We'll be here throughout the day. It's a pleasure working with various agencies over the years, various people who organized and ran the regattas, and we're set to go with the first race of the day, and they are off. Everybody getting away to a great start, and I'll tell you, this is going to be the one that will dictate the championship here today at the Placentia Regatta. We've got all kinds of coverage here today, compliments of B&G Productions. We worked over the years with Baz and Baz Jameson, George McLaren, and others when we did it on radio. Various people, the rowers also instrumental, of course, in the races here in Placentia. Everybody getting away very evenly as we look at some drone coverage down the race course. They'll turn the boys, the midway marker boys, in just a little bit. They're about less than a minute into the race right now, so we're looking for a good time. An excellent time in the excuse me, in the time trials in St. John's. Volkswagen coming away with 5:13:28, and just a gunshot behind, ahead of the Smith Stockley ladies, with a time of 5:17:92. So those are the two teams, and they're the crews that are going to be dictating the championship. All 4 crews, we look for a really good time on this one. No doubt about it, they're moving down toward the midway marker boys. We'll get the split in a little bit. We're about a minute and a half into the race right now. Everybody is fairly even, but Volkswagen has opened up a little bit of a lead over the outside lane, Daw and Burke. Daw and Burke, as we mentioned, winning the championship, I think, here in Placentia last year. And the Volkswagen crew from St. John's were the official time was 5:13:28 in the time trials just last weekend, July 13th. And the other crews as well, Hydraulic, Daw and Burke, Smith Stockley, all getting a very, very good showing in the time trials. We look forward to this one. We're about 2 minutes into the race right now, 2 official, 2:14, 2:15, 16, and they're into the turning of the boys now, and we'll give you the split very shortly. Just approaching the boys, we have Volkswagen St. John's, followed by Hydraulic, and the Hydraulic is last one in. Volkswagen St. John's, Daw and Burke, they're around the race boys right now, and Smith Stockley are around as well. We clocked them, the split, at about 2:38 or so. About 2:38, so this is going to be a fast race indeed. Pond conditions are ideal, virtually no wind out there. Winds about 11 kilometers per hour as we checked it this morning. And back in the race course, we have the Volkswagen crew, Dean Hammond, Jane Brody, Jenny Wadden, Katie Wadden, Nancy Beaton, Stephanie Davis, Connie Duffett, and the spares, Maggie Carew, and the coach is Nancy Beaton on this one. They're about 3 boat lengths ahead right now. Volkswagen about 3 boat lengths ahead of the other crews. The second place right now goes to, we'd have to give it to Smith Stockley over Daw and Burke. In Daw and Burke pretty much in a even keel with high flow hydraulic at this time. As we move down towards the end of the race, a very sizable lead opened up by Volkswagen St. John's. Volkswagen St. John's, Dean Hammond and his crew, they're going to come away with a pretty good one. We're about 4 minutes and into the race right now. This is going to be a fast time indeed. They're going to win this one. We will forecast that at this early stage as they head down towards the midway, the end of the field, the kegs. Back. Volkswagen St. John's opened up a tremendous lead over the other two crews. We have second place going to Smith Stockley, and in third, a battle for third for High Flow Hydraulic and Daw and Burke in the outside lane. Opening up a pretty good lead, about 4 minutes and approaching 5 minutes into the race. This is going to be a fast time indeed, and we clock the final time here at about 4:59, just under 5 minutes, 4:59. This is a real good showing here. And we have over the finish line now, we have Smith Stockley and coming up in third place, still a tight race, Daw and Burke and High Flow Hydraulic. But turning of the boys, after the turning of the boys, Volkswagen got in there first. They started first the turn, and it was followed by the other 3 racing shells, Smith Stockley, High Flow Hydraulic, and Daw and Burke. The race course, as they get around the midway marker, boys, they all got around very efficiently, and that's an exceptional time here, 4:59. We'll have the official time in just a little bit when we get it from our crew here. The race course and in Placentia, we're in the broadcast booth here, and we'll get the official time. If we don't get it now, we will get it when we come back with the next race. The next race, this race, the first race of the day, is a women's race. Traditionally, it would start off with the men's race, but in this case, it's the women's senior race. And the senior men's coming up, and it will be between CAF men's / Browning Harvey, I would think Canadian Forces. Smith Stockley will be in second, lane number 2. Craig Whittle and his crew with Emco Havoc in lane 3, and the near lane Capital Home Hardware in lane number 4. We're waiting for that official time. We think it's under 5 minutes. We've got a clocked at 4 minutes and 59 seconds, but that could change. We just don't know right now, but the official time will be coming up when we come back with the next race. The next race is the senior men's race. It'll be followed by a senior ladies race again, the general workers race, and they'll be running at about every half hour during the course of the day. Back with the official time on this race, the first race of the day, a real rip-snorting bang-up affair for Volkswagen St. John's. Dean Hammond, Jane Brody, Jeannie Wadden, Katie Wadden, Nancy Beaton, Stephanie Davis, Connie Duffett, Maggie Carew is the spare on this one, and Nancy Beaton is the coach. We're still waiting for the official time. We'll be back with it when the next race comes up. This is the Placentia Regatta, live from Boathouse Placentia. Good morning once again, folks. This is Russ Murphy. We're live at the Placentia Regatta happening this weekend here in the ancient French capital of Placentia. What a beautiful morning. What a splendid day right now. The sun has just come out. The sun has cast the clouds aside. And we've got a mostly sunny day, and it's going to be mostly sunny for the afternoon. 16 degrees right now. Winds are southwesterly at about 10 kilometers per hour. So with the sun out today, the UV index is still considered low in this area. So a great time to come out, but you might want to take your sunblock just in case. We've got the official time in the last race. The official time in the last race, we couldn't get it in under the 5 minute mark. It is 5 minutes even. Volkswagen St. John's, they qualified with a 5:13 and some change in the time trials in St. John's. Now coming in the winner of the first race with the ladies' labor race here in Placentia. First place finisher, 5 minutes even. Second place went to Smith Stockley, 5:10. Third, High Flowdraulic, rowing in the Miss Line, and they came in a time of 5:17.66. Fourth place finisher, Daw and Burke, rowing in the Miss Nickel with 5:19.59. Daw and Burke, last year's champion here in Placentia. And we have the next race coming up. Capital Home Hardware is in lane number 4. They were the winners last year here in Placentia in the men's category. The senior men's labor race about to start. We have 3 racing shells on the way to the finish line, and they're just going to line up, and hopefully we'll get things rolling. It's about 8:30 now, so every half hour during the day we will have racing here in Placentia. It's a great day to come out to the races, and a lot of activities here on the with the cotton candy and the wheels and games and all kinds of things here at Southeast Arm in Placentia. A great day here for the 61st Placentia Regatta. In the time trials last week, we had the Canadian Forces men came in with a time of 12:06.33. And Canadian Forces men are in the next race. They are in lane number 1, the outside lane, rowing in the Miss Port of Placentia, of Argentia. Canadian Forces men's Browning Harvey. And Ben Colburn is in the coxswain's chair with Rick Blanchard, John Roberts, Zach Lang, Alex Bozan, Robert Peddle, Damien Daw, Derek McGrath is a spare, Ben Colburn is a coach, and the coach also is Tina Hunt. We have the Smith Stockley crew. They had the time trials of 10:35.58, the official time trials in St. John's last weekend. Smith Stockley with Yvonne Knight, Mike Shea, William Dauphin, Jeff Clooney, Matthew Hiscock, John Hart, Rick Kosh, and the coach is Mike Hickey. So Miss Stockley will be rowing in the Miss Nickel, and they are in lane number 2. In the lane number 3, rowing in the Miss Line, we have Emco HVAC with Craig Whittle in the coxswain's seat. Ray Cadigan, Tim O'Neill, Mark Green, Gary Collins, Tony Cadigan, Sean White. And Capital Home Hardware, the winner of last year here in Placentia, and their time last year, if I remember correctly, would be about 9:40 and 9:50 something of that nature. We'll have a look at it now and just get a correct. They qualified with 9:37 in the senior men's amateur race in the morning, and the championship was for the crew was, let's see here, well, I can't find it right at this very moment, but we will come up with it as time goes on. The racing here today, a lot of women's races, and they row half course. The men's race, of course, will go all the way down to the turning of the boys, which is a full course. So the race will be between Capital Home Hardware in lane number 4, the near lane. If you happen to be looking onward, we've got 3 racing shells ready to go now. The third one, Craig Whittle and his crew just coming up to the kegs. Smith Stockley in lane number 2, they're in position. Canadian Forces men, number 1, Browning Harvey crew is in lane number 1, the outside lane, and it's just a wonderful day for the races here at Southeast Arm in Placentia. We're waiting for the official start off this race. Crews are pretty much in position. The official's boat is in the outside lane, and we'll be ready to get the ball rolling on this one, so to speak, in just a short space of time. Capital Home Hardware, Kevin Greeley and his crew. Capital Home Hardware, their time last year was 9:34:09. So that would be the 2023 championship crew. So they're rowing in lane number 4. We look for a pretty good time for them again this year. And of course, Smith Stockley and Canadian Forces men Browning Harvey, that crew, those two crews will be battling out in the two outside lanes. And the EMCO HVAC with Craig Whittle and company, they're in lane number 3, starting from stake 3. All crews are pretty much in unison, and they're about ready to get the ball rolling as we speak. And the oars are in the water. There's the shotgun, and everybody is away. It's a pretty even start at this stage of the game. Nobody is gaining any ground, but we expect to have that opened up very, very shortly as they move down toward the midway marker, boys. They're just less than 30 seconds in, and the crew from Capital Home Hardware has opened up a bit of a lead, about an eighth of a boat length over Smith Stockley at this stage of the game. In third, battling for third, will be the EMCO crew and Canadian Forces men in the outside lane. We have to give them about a little bit of an edge over the EMCO crew right now. As we move down toward the boys, we have a pretty good lead opened up by Capital Home Hardware. They're in the inside lane. Capital Home Hardware, as we mentioned, the winner of the Placentia Regatta in 2023. Their time there was 9:34:09. We're about a minute and 12 seconds, 13 seconds into the race, and they'll be reaching those midway marker boys in just a short space of time. As we get down the race course, we have opened up a sizable lead now by Capital Home Hardware. Battling for second, we have all three of the other crews, EMCO in lane 3, Smith Stockley lane 2, and CAF men's Browning Harvey in lane number 4. So it's going to be a battle for second place and third place in this one, I would assume. If the turning of the boys goes correctly, Capital Home Hardware could establish a bit of a lead. We're just approaching 2 minutes into the race as they get down towards the midway marker, boys, and they'll be continuing on through as opposed to the women's crew, which turns those midway markers. Capital Home Hardware with a sizable lead. Kevin Greeley, Jason Wade, Brad White, Frank Norris, Ian Power, Morgan White, John Houlihan, James Cadigan, essentially the same crew as last year, I think. There might be one change or so. We're about approaching 2.5 minutes into the race course now. They've gone through the marker boys, and definitely out in front, Capital Home Hardware. They've established a pretty sizable lead as they head down toward the turning of the boys. EMCO crew battling out for second place still with Canadian Forces, I assume it's Canadian Forces men's number 1 and Browning Harvey. They're combined. Rowing in the Miss Port of Argentia, Ben Colburn, Rick Blanchard, John Roberts, Zach Lang, Alex Bozan, Robert Peddle, Damian Daw, Derek McGrath. They've got a couple of coaches there. Ben Colburn is coach as well as the coxswain, and Tina Hunt. It's going to be a battle for second place, I would assume, because well out in front we have the Capital Home Hardware crew, and they're approaching the 3.5 minute mark right now on this race course. We have a bit of a lead opened up by Capital Home Hardware. We would assume it's probably about 4 boat lengths, 5, 6 boat lengths, somewhere in that general area. we've got some drone coverage of the Placentia Regatta today, which is compliments of B&G Productions, and that gives you an excellent description of where the boats are at this point in time, because we're situated at the head of the pond, or the end of the pond, the starting positions, and as we look down the pond, it's a little difficult sometimes to see just how much water is between the first and the fourth boat. The official's boat is down at the end towards John Whalen's summer cabin, the Whalen summer cabin. We're approaching the finish, the start, starting into the turn of the boys right now, just making the turn at about 4 minutes 25 seconds. We have Capital Home Hardware. They've established pretty much of a lead over the other three racing shells. It's still a battle for second place between Emco HVAC, Craig Whittle and Company, Ray Cadigan, Tim O'Neill, Mark Green, Gary Collins, Tony Cadigan, Sean White, and the Canadian Forces, Browning Harvey crew, Rick Blanchard, John Roberts, Zach Lang, Alex Bozan, Robert Peddle, Damien Daw, Derek McGrath, and we make the split at about 4:55. They're into the race now, and let's see where they sit. We have on the way back. We've got a pretty much of an even keel now as they turn the boys between all the three racing shells, Emco, Smith Stockley, and Canadian Forces Browning Harvey crew. They got around the markers and they're on the way back. The turning of the boys has been complete, and still out in front we have Capital Home Hardware. Kevin Greeley and Company, they're really pouring on the pressure as we're approaching the 5 minutes 30-second mark. We'd have to make the split at about 4:50 or 4:50, somewhere in that general area, the split for the turning of the boys. On the way back, a sizable lead. I would suspect it would be about almost a dozen boat lengths right now, a lead by Capital Home Hardware. As we mentioned, Capital Home Hardware, last year's winner here, battling out between Canadian Forces men, who had a time trial of 12:06.33 in St. John's, and the Smith Stockley, their time 10:35.58 in the time trials. Back at the regatta course, we have the race for second place still between Emco HVAC and Canadian Forces Browning Harvey crew. But definitely out in front as they get down towards the midway marker boys on the way down at about 6.5 minutes into the race. We have opened up a lead by Capital Home Hardware right from the get-go, and they are rowing on excellent pond conditions. It's not a flat calm, but it's a great day. The sun is out. It's just a wonderful day to come down to the regatta here in Placentia. A sizable lead opened up by Capital Home Hardware, approaching 7 minutes into this race right now. Capital Home Hardware certainly will win this one. They can almost coast from here into the finish line. Still a battle for second place between Emco HVAC and the Canadian Forces Browning Harvey crew. And in fourth position right now, we have that Smith Stockley crew, Yvonne Knight and her crew, and they're battling it out. But still, I don't know if they will be able to clinch second place, because there's a bit of a lead opened up now by Emco HVAC over the other two racing shells. We have to give Emco a bit of a nod right now, probably about a boat length and a half maybe, as we look at our drone footage here over Canadian Forces Browning Harvey crew. But definitely approaching the finish line now at about 7:55. We have the Capital Home Hardware crew. They're going to win the senior men's labor race. There's no doubt about it. And we'll make the official, we have an official time coming up and an unofficial time as they cross the finish line now very shortly. We'll clock them at about, let's see, we're waiting for the shotgun. A great run. They've got a good oar, an even match with all the six crew members getting a good oar in the water, and they're in total unison. It's like it's choreographed at this stage of the game. As they head down towards the kegs at the end of the pond, we're approaching there at about 8:44 right now, 8:45, and they'll cross the finish line first. There's no doubt about that. They've started off very briskly and held their position all the way down through the boys, the midway markers, into the end of the pond. And as they approach the stakes at the end of the pond, it looks like they're about right now probably about 10 boat lengths behind the stakes. So they will finish this one definitely in first place. And we have a toss-up between EMCO and the Canadian Forces men for second place. They're well back of the pack, and they're over the finish line as we speak at 9:31. 9:31, an excellent time there in the senior men's labor race, set to go at about 8:30, just a little bit behind. And we're waiting for the second place finisher to appear right now, and the second place finisher has opened up quite a lead. So we're looking at EMCO. EMCO will be definitely in second place. I don't think that Canadian Forces Browning Harvey can catch them at this point in time. We clock the winners officially, unofficially at 9:31. Capital Home Hardware, the winner off this race. We're waiting for the second place finisher now to approach the finish line. They're followed by Canadian Forces men Browning Harvey in third place, and Smith Stockley coming up in fourth place. Over the line now, we have the second place finisher, Craig Whittle and Company, with the EMCO HVAC crew, and they're about 3 boat lengths ahead off the outside lane, which is the Canadian Forces, and about a boat length and a quarter behind Smith Stockley to bow over the finish line as we speak. So that's the story of the senior men's race. The next race coming up will be the senior ladies general workers race between All-Star Rebar in the outside lane, Port of Argentia in lane number 2. Lane number 3 has O'Neill Nissan and Momentum Health in lane number 4. Momentum Health will be in the, I think lane number 4, it would be the preferred lane. That's the way we look at it from, if you had a choice of lanes, number 4 would be a top pick for just about all the racing crews out there. Of course, they're rowing on salt water as opposed to fresh water in Kitty Vitty and St. John's. So the water column might make a little bit of a difference, but who knows? Not being a nautical engineer or anything, it's hard to ascertain, but the rowers will tell you lane number 4 would be the preferred lane if they had a choice. So the winner off the last one would be Capital Home Hardware. We'll wait the official time. We get the official time now, probably when we come back. This is the Placentia Regatta, live from Southeast Arm, Placentia. Good morning once again from the race course here in Placentia. The 61st Placentia Regatta is underway. We've already got a couple of races under our belt. In the last race, we had the Home Hardware crew come in with a time. This is the senior men's race, I should say. Home Hardware posted a first place finish of 9:31.97. Home Hardware. Emco HVAC rowing in the Miss Lion in second place, 10:29.41. Smith Stockley rowing in the Miss Nickel. Their time for a fourth place finish, 10:45.67. And coming in third, Canadian Forces men's number 1 team, Browning Harvey, in the Port of Argentia crew, Racing Shell, with their time of 10:41.66. So it's Capital Home Hardware winning it by a landslide with 10:31.97 for a first place finish in the senior men's labor race. Next up, we've got the senior ladies general workers race between All-Star Rebar, Port of Argentia, O'Neill Nissan, and Momentum Health. In the time trials last year, let's go to last year. Last year, the Port of Argentia came in first in the senior ladies race, and they posted a time of 6:05.63. That was in the ladies senior race. Momentum Health finished second in the senior ladies amateur race, posting a time of 5:39.50 last year. And All-Star Rebar finished first in the senior ladies labor race at 5:40.66. So that's the general workers race about to get underway between All-Star Rebar, Port of Argentia, Momentum Health, and O'Neill Nissan. We're getting the race underway very shortly. 4 racing shells are in the area of the finish line now, the start line. And this is the general workers race. The ladies will row one way down and turn the midway marker buoys and come all the way back again. It's a great day here at the regatta site. People are gathering around. They're sitting on the grass. They're standing around. They're just enjoying the weekend weather and the competition. Today is a holiday, of course, in Placentia Municipality. So people are gathering around here. The Grub Hub has just arrived. The Wiener Wagon is already here. And you can get tickets on a helicopter ride as well. So some of the little features are taking place here at Pondside in Placentia today. Weather conditions are first class, ideal Saturday to row, play games, experience the wheels and the prizes and confectionery here, or anything related to the regatta in Placentia. It's a large day, as many people say. It's a holiday here. 16 to 17 degrees the temperature right now. It's basically a sunny day. The sun has come out earlier. It was scheduled to come out about 12 o'clock, but I think the weather office gave us a little bit of a preview. So the sun's out already. Great day to come down to the race here in Placentia or listen live on the website. The surface of Southeast R Placentia ideal for rowing today. Just a little wave action. It's really winds are virtually a minimum here today at Placentia. All-Star Rebar will be rowing in this race. Mike Shea and company in lane number 1. That's the outside lane. Lane number 2, Port of Argentia. Kenneth King, coxswain. O'Neill Nissan. Tina Ring Hunt in lane 3 and Momentum Health in lane number 4. We're waiting for the official start of this one. Everybody seems to be in position. There's the shotgun, and they're off. A nice start by all 4 racing shells in this one. There are 8 women's races here today in Placentia. The majority of races in both St. John's, Placentia, and Harbour Grace are in the female category these days. But nonetheless, it makes for an exciting day of racing, and people can come out and cheer their favorite team or whoop it up wherever you are if they happen to be looking in on your home devices. Uh, Nice little lead has opened up between Momentum Health over Port of Argentia at this stage of the game. Momentum Health being challenged by Port of Argentia. They're certainly not giving up. In third place, it looks like it's going to be a battle between O'Neill Nissan and All Star Rebar in the outside lane. Opening up a bit of a lead early in the game, we have Momentum Health over Port of Argentia, and Port of Argentia seems to be closing in on that first place finish at the time. At this time, they're just going towards the midway marker. Boys, they'll turn the boys. Some people say that the race is won or lost at the boys, but that is not always the case. But sometimes it gets a little confusing getting around those boys. They have to turn counterclockwise and or clockwise and get around their respective boys without any problem. We have two racing shells in there in the inside lanes now. They're fairly close together, so one of them looks like it might be a little bit over in the other lane, but they'll have to aim for the correct boy in any event. I think they're taking a corrective measure at this point in time. And it's still a battle. I think the O'Neill Nissan crew is gaining some water now over the other two racing shells, and Port of Argentia is challenging Momentum Health. Port of Argentia might be approaching the turning of the boys first before the okay, and also taking a corrective measure now, we have the Momentum Health crew, and they're aiming for their boys, and we'll get the turning of the boys very shortly. Let's see who gets around there first. It's going to be a three-way tie between the O'Neill Nissan, and we'll give O'Neill Nissan the split at about 2:39. That's the way we call the split, 2:39 for O'Neill Nissan, and the other three racing shells are almost in unison behind. Momentum Health opened up a bit of a lead going down, but they were challenged by the Port of Argentia, and O'Neill Nissan really raced to get to the boys, the turning of the boys first. They turned their proper boys, I think, and everybody is off to the home stretch now. Port of Argentia really challenging Momentum Health as they went down towards the boys, but Port of Argentia coming in second and well, almost in unison with Momentum Health. All-Star Rebar, the outside lane, they're certainly out of by a stretch of the imagination. On the way back the pond, we have a little bit of a ripple, and it's just ideal for rowing. They don't want a flat, calm race course, but this one is just ideal today. The outside lane, I think, is we're going to have to give fourth place to the outside lane at this stage as they head back towards the finish line. We have opened up a bit of a lead by the Momentum Health again as they get around the boys almost in unison with the Port of Argentia. O'Neill Nissan went in first, and I think they're being challenged now by Momentum Health. O'Neill Nissan is in a little bit of a lead. They've got hardly a half a boat length over Momentum Health at this stage of the game. We're about 4:20 into the race right now. This is the Senior Ladies General Workers Race, and it's a toss-up now between the top two racing shells in this one. It's going to be a battle between Momentum Health and O'Neill Nissan. That's the way we take it right now. Third place, Port of Argentia. All-Star Rebar, the outside lane, will be coming in probably in fourth position unless they can really give it a good oar from now until the time they reach the finish line. Definitely out in front by about half a boat length. We have Momentum Health now over Port of Argentia. Over the O'Neill Nissan crew in the adjacent lane. Momentum Health in the inside lane number 4, O'Neill Nissan in lane number 3, and a bit of a lead by Momentum Health as they are continuing with that lead, and probably a boat length now over O'Neill Nissan. In third place, we still have the Port of Argentia, and All-Star Rebar is in fourth position. It's a 4-boat race in this one, and opening up more of a lead, Momentum Health, Carolyn Cook, Dania Hogan, Kat White, Vanessa Alexander, Leslie Marie Leahy, Kristen Hines brothers, and the coach is Matthew Manning. Momentum Health will come home the winner on this one. We clock it at about 5:35. Momentum Health at about 5:35 and change. And over the finish line now we have both O'Neill Nissan and Port of Argentia coming in. And not too far behind, several boat lengths behind, we have the crew from All-Star Rebar. So pretty good race all the way down the field and all the way back. And Momentum Health opening up a bit of a lead earlier on. O'Neill Nissan getting to the turning of the boys first, and then it was kind of a three-way battle between Momentum Health, Port of Argentia, and All-Star Rebar for the turning of the boys. Coming back, it was between Momentum Health and O'Neill Nissan for the most part, and in the last probably quarter of the race, we had Momentum Health coming up the winner by about a boat length and a half, quite possibly. We'll get the official time on this one when we come back. We clock it unofficially at about 5:35. We made the split at about 2:39 and or close to 2:39, and that's the story of this race, which is the Senior Ladies General Workers Race. The next one on the card is the Senior Men's Amateur and Master Men's Race. So this will be between men for Senior Amateur, and the other racing will be by the by women's crews. So we'll just wait to see how this one shapes up. This is a split race, race number 4 between the men and the women. It's the men's amateur and the master women's race. So I guess it's men's and women's the way it looks like from here. We'll get a little bit of a clarification on that when we come up. The racing has been completed for this one. We'll get the official time as it emerges from our timekeepers situated just behind our broadcast location here at Southeast Arm in Placentia. Back at Southeast Arm in Placentia, we've got the senior men's amateur slash master men's slash women's race. So it's a mixed race by any stretch of the imagination, both male and female. And of course, they're also simply rowing for time. Steers Insurance will be in lane number 2, NTV Masters in lane 3, and Canadian Forces men's number 2 crew, Browning Harvey, rowing in lane number 4. We're getting you the final instructions from the starters. The time in the last race won by Momentum Health, 5:35.84. 5:35.84. Oh, Neil Neeson came in second at 5:40.97. In third, it was Port of Argentia with 5:56.85. And in fourth, it was All Star Rebar with 6:14.16. In the time trials in St. John's, Momentum Health came in with 5:31.57 compared to a 5:35.84 win today. And in the other, the Port of Argentia posted a time trial of 5:54.56 compared to 5:56.85 today. So we hope we've cleared it up for you. Okay, we've got 3 racing shells in this one, and 2 of them are rowing for time, basically. There is a Masters in the women's division, a Masters in the men's division, and the lane number 4, Canadian Forces number 2, men's team slash Browning Harvey, is the senior crew. So that's the story of this race. As it gets underway, we'll get the starters now to get the ball rolling and get the oars in the water. And it looks like everybody is lined up sufficiently, and let's see if they get off to a good start. No false starts today, and ideal pond conditions here at Southeast Arm Placentia. Final instructions. There's the shotgun, and they are away. Everybody off to a pretty decent start. We've got Steers Insurance in the Masters category. They have a female crew. Mike Shea is the coxswain, Carolyn Cody, Sarah Anthony, Sheena McCrate, Jennifer Windsor Brown, and Kimberly Horwood, as well as Rhonda Bridger. So Steers Insurance in lane number 2 is rowing for time. Also rowing for time in the Masters category in the men's division. It's NTV Masters with Kevin Greeley and his crew, John Brook, Don Lynch, Mike Crew, John Tucker, Fabian McGrath, Derek Mercer, and the spare is Kevin Greeley on the NTV crew. And in lane number 4, the nearby lane, they have a bit of a lead over everybody else at this stage of the game. It's the Canadian Forces men's number 2 slash Browning Harvey crew with Tina Hunt in the coxswain's chair. And their crew members consist of Perry Doran, Ryan Penny, Darian Golami, Brandon Tilley, Tim Ryan, William Neville. The coach is Ben Colburn, and the coach also is Tina Hunt. So that's the story of this particular race as it gets underway, and they're about halfway to the midway markers. We're about 1.5 minutes into the race right now, and the first place finisher, or the first place crew, is Canadian Forces men's number 2 crew, Browning Harvey. They're in the inside lane, lane number 4. Also in the mix, it's NTV Masters in the middle. They seem to be a bit behind the other men's crew now. And Steers Insurance Masters ladies, they're in the outside lane. They are rowing for time, as is the NTV Masters crew. So a bit of a mixed race, but we'll get through it, and we'll give you the results as they come in. They're headed for the midway marker, boys, and first around the boy, I think, will be the Browning Harvey crew, Canadian Forces number 2 men's team. It's a senior team, and Tina Hunt is in the coxswain's chair, as we mentioned. They're just going for the boy right now. I hope they'll go for the correct boy. Let's see. They're rowing for time in any event. The other 2 are NTV Masters in the middle, and they're approaching the boys. And also, we have the Steers Insurance Masters ladies in the outside lane. They're just making a turn for the boys as we speak. Going through the boys, we have the Canadian Forces number 2 Browning Harvey crew. They'll continue on. And the turning of the boys just complete now by Steers Insurance Masters ladies. In the male category, rowing for time, we have NTV Masters. They're continuing on. The turning of the boys has just been completed for Steers Insurance. They're on the way back. Mike Shea and his crew, Carolyn Cody, Sarah Anthony, Sheena McCreate, Jennifer Windsor Brown, Kimberly Horwood, and Rhonda Bridger. So they're on the way back. The other two crews are continuing full course. Rowing for time, it's the NTV Masters crew with John Brook, Don Lynch, Mike Crew, John Tucker, Fabian McGrath, Derek Mercer, and the spare Kevin Greeley. They're in the Masters category, and they are rowing for time, and they are in second place to the Canadian Forces number 2 team, which is the senior category team. Tina Hunt is in the coxswain's seat for this one. Perry Doran, Brian Penny, Darian Galami, Brandon Tilley, Tim Ryan, William Neville, Ben Colborne is the coach, and Tina Hunt is the coach as well. So coming back the pond, I think we have the other crew, but going all the way down, we have the two men's crews. They're rowing for time, we understand. The NTV crew is rowing for time, but certainly in front of them, it's the Browning Harvey Canadian Forces men's number 2 team. They're just approaching the turning of the boys at the end of the pond right now. We have the Canadian Forces and men's number 2 team, Browning Harvey. They're just aiming for buoy number 4, and they'll be making the turn first in all probability. We're about 4 minutes and 45 seconds into the race at this stage of the game. The second place finisher to row for time is NTV Masters, Kevin Greeley and company, and they're in the Masters category. On the way back the pond, we have Steers Insurance Ladies Masters, and we'll clock them as they come back and go through the, we're over 5 minutes into the race right now. The Steers Insurance crew are on the way back, and they're about halfway, a little over halfway between the turning of the boys in their category and the end of the pond, the start-finish line. Just going into the turn, we have Browning Harvey, Canadian Forces men's team. They're just about to approach the turning off that number 4 buoy. Number 4 buoy, yes, they went very close to the buoy, but they are around in any event, and they are broadsides. We make the split at about 5:44. That's the split for the men's senior team. NTV Masters are just in the turn right now. Their split is 5:57. 5:57. We make the split for the NTV Masters crew. And on the way back, just about back to the finish line now, we'll have the shotgun 6:10. We clock it out officially at 6:10 and 14. So that's the story of that race. The Steers Insurance Masters ladies rowing for time. They clocked 6 unofficially, 6:10.14. And the other two crews are on the way back the pond. The boys have been negotiated now by both crews. They're on the way back well out in front. We have the Canadian Forces men's number 2 / Browning Harvey crew in lane number 4. They are a considerable distance away from the NTV Masters, Kevin Greeley and company, and they're rowing for time, basically. So Canadian Forces number 2, they're about approaching 7 minutes into the race right now. They're on their way back the pond, and they are quite a distance from the turning of the boys, and they're quite a distance as well from NTV Masters category. And as we mentioned, they're rowing for time. We're well into the 7-minute segment right now, and a good stroke. They're really putting a good oar in the water. It's very much in unison as we look from our overhead camera. The coxswain is urging them on, and they will probably reach the midway marker, boys. I'm sure they will reach the midway markers before the other crew, the NTV Masters crew. Once again, we'll give you the official times in the previous race, which was completed, the General Workers Race, Senior Ladies. Momentum Health winning it, their time 5:35.84, and it's close to the 5:31.57 they posted in the time trials last weekend. And also Port of Argentia coming in. Port of Argentia coming in with a third place finish, 5:56.85. Their time was 5:54.56 in the time trials last weekend in Kitty Vitty and St. John's. The second place finishers in this ladies' general workers race, O'Neill Nissan, they got a round the boys first and on the way back, but they finished in second place as Momentum Health really gained some health on the way back. Their time 5:40.97, and All Star Rebar posting a fourth place finish with 6:14.16. Reaching the midways now and on the way through, I think pretty soon we have the leader of the pack. It's Canadian Forces Men's number 2, Browning Harvey crew. They are just about to cross the midway markers at about 8:52. 8:52 coming back, and they're going to have a bit of a slow time on this whole episode. NTV Masters are a considerable number of boat lengths behind. They're just about to approach the midway marker boys as we speak. So the Steers Insurance ladies crew, Mike Shea and company, Carolyn Cody, Sarah Anthony, Sheena McCrate, Jennifer Windsor Brown, Kimberly Horwood, Rhonda Bridger. They came in with a time of 5:44. They rode half course, 5:44 and some change. And that's unofficially what we clock it here. Coming in, the next race, of course, is the men's race, and they went all the way down to the turning of the boys at the end of the pond, so it's a full course race for Canadian Forces number 2, Browning Harvey crew. They are through the midway marker boys and are well on their way to victory on this, if we can classify the category as a victory, because the NTV Masters basically are rowing for time. So we'll get the official on that when it all gets complete in a couple of minutes from now. The NTV Masters crew are well through the midway marker boys and are on their way back the pond. As we look overhead at the Canadian Forces Men's number 2 / Browning Harvey crew, they're approaching the finish line now, and we'll give you an unofficial on that. We'll just do it unofficially, and then we'll just see where it all pans out afterwards. The Canadian Forces number 2 team, the Browning Harvey crew, they're sponsored by Browning Harvey, I would assume, and they are approaching the stake positions at the end of the pond. Now they're a bit of a distance away as we look at the out the window here in direct sunlight, with the sun just sparkling off the water, as it's a very glistening day here in southeast Arm, Placentia. Pond conditions are top notch. It's about 17 degrees right now, and the wind velocity is only about 10 kilometers per hour. The crew just about to cross the finish line. They'll be about 12 minutes, I would imagine, or close to 12 minutes, and they're approaching the finish line now. Let's see, Canadian Forces 11:31. We clock at 11:31 and some change as they finish the race. And rowing for time, well, back at the pack, it's NTV Masters. They're approaching the finish line now. They're about 15 boat lengths away, and we'll get an unofficial time on that as time goes on. It's a kind of a mixed bag here in this particular race, because they're in different categories, and with full course and half course. Between it all, we'll get it sorted out, and we'll get the official times on it once the NTV crew comes in. They'll be approaching the finish line now, and we would clock them at about 12. We clocked them 12:26. We'll call it 12:26 unofficially. And that's the story of that race just completed, and we'll be back with the next race, a senior ladies commercial race. A lot of ladies races here today. The commercial race will be it's set to go at 10 o'clock, but they will have to disembark from the boats and racing shells and get back on the wharf, and the new crews will have to take those shells. So it'll be a little bit of a delay from 10 o'clock, but the commercial race is next. It's a senior ladies category, race number 5 between Restwell Mattress. I guess it's Restwell. It's Rest NL Mattress. We'll call it Rest NL for the time being. Lambs, Keith, Bradley, Remax, and Hot Frost Heat Pumps. Conflicting terms there in that particular, as you go from hot to cold. So that's the story on the next race coming up. We'll have the official time on this race that was just completed in 2 or 3 different categories, and we'll get that when we come back. Live from Southeast Arm, Placentia, with the Placentia Regatta. Good morning once again from Pondside here in Placentia, where the 61st Placentia Regatta is underway right now. We've got 4 races down. Number 5 is coming up between Rest NL Mattress, Lambs, Keith Bradbury, Remax, and Hot Frost Heat Pumps, or Hot Frost Heat Pumps. We'll massacre that one as we go through, I'm sure. Hot Frost Heat Pumps. They're in lane number 4. They're lined up at the stakes as we speak, and we're waiting for the official on that. We noticed a number of crews in the last race coming in. Of course, they all came in first place because 2 of them were rowing for time. Steers Insurance Masters Women's in the Port of Argentia finished 6:09.75. NTV Masters Men's 12:25.50. The NTV crew in the time trials posted, we'll get back to that again, and they're off. They're well underway, and everybody gets off to a nice start, a nice cozy start. The drone is picking up the overhead view of the race course now as they head down. Hot Frost Heat Pumps in lane number 4. Keith Bradbury, Remax, lane 3. Lane 2, it's Lambs, and in lane number 1, it's Rest NL Mattress. A little bit of an edge in play right now, I think, for the Keith Bradbury Remax crew. We mentioned before that the NTV Masters men had posted a time in the previous race of 12:25.50. Their time in the time trials last weekend, 12:20.12. So they posted a little. They were rowing for time, so their time is a little slower today, as is the case with the men's senior men's crew or Steers Insurance. Steers Insurance, yes. 6:09.75. They posted their time. They rode for time today in the Port of Argentia, and their time in the time trials turned out to be 6:00.48. So all of those, 3 of those are basically a little bit slower than the time trials in St. John's. As they head down toward the midway marker, boys, we have opened up a little bit of a gap between the number 4 lane, Hot Frost Heat Pumps, Derek Mercer and company, and the other crew, which is in lane number 3, Keith Bradbury, Remax. And they seem to be well over out of the MAC. They'll have to make a corrective measure, I'm sure. In fact, both Lambs and Keith Bradbury are as they head toward their respective buoys, are making a little bit of a turn to the starboard. Moving up towards in a straight line for the turning of the buoys. We have the crew from Hot Frost Heat Pumps, Derek Mercer and company. Crew members Jennifer Gatto, Charmaine Freak, Kim Hocko, Andrea Murray, Carolyn Cook, Katie Power, and Shannon Driscoll is the spare on that one. The 2 crews have had to make a little bit of an adjustment in there, so they're getting around the buoys now and getting around there a little bit before the other 2 are Restwell Mattress. And we make the split for Restwell at about 2:48. 2:48, the 48, the split for Restwell Mattress getting around in very efficient fashion. Or Lambs and Keith Bradbury Remax had to make a bit of a corrective measure to get around their respective buoys, and leading the pack going down, but not around the buoys, was the Hot Frost Heat Pumps crew. So that's the story on this one, getting a very wide arc getting back. It's Rest NL Mattress. They're in lane number 1, and they made quite a bow around the buoys. They're on their way back now, and all the crews are on the way back. It's a toss-up between Rest NL Mattress in the outside lane and the Hot Frost Heat Pumps in the inside lane. The other two of the lanes in the middle there are battling out for second. Keith Bradbury, Remax, and Lambs. And as we mentioned, they corrected their course and did get around the boys in the proper fashion. Because when sometimes races are won or lost at the turning of the boys, and it is a bit of a tricky maneuver, but they got all of them got around fine today. Back at the race course, Hot Frost Heat Pump seems to have a little bit of an edge, but not by much over Rest NL mattresses in the outside lane. Rest NL mattress got to the boys first. We made the split at about 2:48, and they got around in excellent fashion, but they made it quite a bow along a wide arc when they got back in on track again. Keith Bradbury Remax in lane number 3 and Lambs lane number 2. They're almost neck and neck at this point in time. It looks like Hot Frost Heat Pumps have opened up a little bit of a lead, maybe but not even a boat length over Rest NL Mattress in the outside lane at this time. But Hot Frost Heat Pumps are definitely out in front as we look at the picture from overhead. In second position, we have Rest NL Mattress at this point in time. In third, it's Keith Bradbury Remax. And fourth, it's Lamb's Rum. The Hot Frost Heat Pumps crew also had a bit of a shot in the time trials. We'll tell you about that in a little bit. Lamb's Rum ladies, or Lamb's ladies, they posted 6:32.09 in the in the time trials in St. John's last weekend. They're in fourth position at this point in time as they rounded the boys. Around the midway marker, boys getting around first, but approaching the boys first, NL Mattress, and they got around in very good fashion. Heat Frost Pumps are challenging them right now for the lead, and it looks like it might be Rest NL Mattress by... Nope, it's we clock it at about 6:03. 6:03. It's a kind of a photo finish on this one. Hot Frost Heat Pumps and Rest NL Mattress in third place. Keith Bradbury and Lambs in lane number 2. They came in fourth position. So that's the way we call it now. A toss-up between Hot Frost Heat Pumps. Will be interesting to see what the variance in the time between first and second is, because it appeared to be almost a photo finish, but maybe Rest NL Mattress came back in fine fashion. They got around the boys first, made a bit of an arc, but on the way back they really pressed Hot Frost Heat Pumps, and it's anybody's guess between Hot Frost and Rest NL. That's the story of the senior ladies commercial race. Next up, we've got the senior ladies amateur race, and that's between Labrador Rewinding, the Residents at Littledale, Wellington Altus, and Canadian Armed Forces / Browning Harvey with another crew in there. We'll be back with that one, and we'll have the official time on the previous race in just a little bit as we bring you the Placentia Regatta live from Southeast Arm, Placentia. Good day once again from Southeast Arm, Placentia. Beautiful Southeast Arm, Placentia on a beautiful day for the 61st Placentia Regatta. The 61st. In the last race that was completed, it was a dandy, I got to tell you. I'm going to start with the fourth place finisher, Lambs, and in the time trials in St. John's, they posted 6:32.09. They did better with the Placentia Regatta, 6:15.03. 6:15.03 for Lambs for a fourth place finish. Third place finish, Keith Bradbury Remax in St. John's for the time trials, 6:20.54. And here in Placentia, 6:14.50. So a much better time there. And here's the clincher. Between lane number 1 and lane number 4, the winner, Restwell Mattress, 6:03.63. And the second place finisher, Hot Frost Heat Pumps, 6:03.78. So a photo finish by any stretch of the imagination, and both Hot Frost Heat Pumps and Restwell Mattresses also did better in Placentia on time than they did at the St. John's Regatta. Next up, we've got the Senior Ladies Amateur Race. We're about a half hour behind time, but that's pretty typical, I think, in racing circles. Labrador Rewinding in lane number 1. I think that's a local crew. The Residents at Littledale in lane number 2. Wellington Altus in lane number 3. And Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey in lane number 4. Final instructions now coming in from the starters. And we'll get the race underway in just a little bit. It's a wonderful day here at Southeast Arm, Placentia. The sun is shining, and I think we're off to a pretty good start for this, the 61st Placentia Regatta. The first one back in 1963, and it was won by Sullivan's, and that would be Sullivan's Pharmacy. And the Sullivan's Cup is on display here among other trophies and memorabilia at the boathouse in Placentia. It's a potpourri of rowing out there with all the decorations, the medals, the regalia. The 61st Placentia Regatta had a much bigger venue and a much wider scope than the first one, which was back in 1963. And it was at the end of Southeast Arm, Placentia, the end of the pond kind of thing. It's somewhere in close proximity to the arena, where the arena is now, in that general area. Finally, the racing shells are all in unison. The lines are tight. And final instructions. Looks like number 2 needs to just rewind a little bit, and maybe the toggle wasn't picked up by the coxswain, or for some reason Fabian McGrath and Company at the Residents at Littledale. That's number 2 racing shell there. Number 1 is Labrador Rewinding. Number third lane is Wellington Altus. And in a nearby lane, Canadian Armed Forces / Browning Harvey. Number 2 seems to have a little bit of a problem in getting that toggle. It may be tangled around the one of the anchored buoys there at the start-finish line. It's being retrieved now, and hopefully they're going to line up in unison. The officials' boat out there as well, a safety boat. Of course, safety is a big issue on any sport on water. Final instructions, and they're on their way. Everybody getting off to a good start. One of them dragging the buoy a little bit behind the boat, but nonetheless, that's the story of the regattas. Sometimes you get a really slick start, and more times you have a little bit of an entanglement. Off to a good start, Canadian Armed Forces in lane number 1 in the nearby lane. In lane number 4 in the nearby lane, they're in first place, and in number 1 lane, Labrador Rewinding seem to be challenging them for first place at this stage of the game. In the middle 2 lanes, we have the Wellington Altus and the Residents at Littledale. They're battling for second place at this point in time. They need to go down around the boys, the midway marker boys, and negotiate the boys successfully and get on the way back. But as they head down in that direction, it looks like the bookends here, Labrador Rewinding in lane number 1 and Canadian Armed Forces / Browning Harvey in lane number 2. They are in the battling for first and second. I wouldn't venture a guess between first or second, because after the last race, a photo finish, Restwell Mattresses eking out a fraction of a second indeed. 6:03.63 for Restwell Mattress compared to 6:03.78 for Hot Frost Heat Pumps. Both of them getting a better mark this time, a lower score than their stats in St. John's last weekend with the time trials. As they head down towards the midway marker boys and the turning of the boys, we still have Labrador Rewinding challenging Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey for the lead. It looks like Canadian Armed Forces may be giving up a bit of a lead now, as the Labrador Rewinding crew in the outside lane seems to be headed for their boy a little bit ahead of the Canadian Armed Forces. And the Residents at Littledale is dropping back about a 3/4 of a boat length behind Wellington Altus at this point in time. Wellington Altus is moving up towards the midway markers, and they will make a wide turn. They're just about to go into the turn. We have the Labrador Rewinding, Maddie Foley, Katie O'Reilly, Emily Foley, Amanda Travers, Christina Foley, Maggie O'Keefe, Kayla Parsons, all getting around. We make their split at around 249, 250 in that general area. They're around and also going into the turn now. We have the Canadian Armed Forces Harveys, and in almost in unison we have Wellington Altus and the Residents at Littledale getting around the boys as well. So everybody almost on right angles with the course at this point in time as they round the boys and head back. It looks like at this point in time the Labrador Rewinding crew might have a little bit of an edge over Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey. Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey had a good turn. They all had a good turn of the boys, so no incidents there. And it looks like maybe Wellington Altus may be pulling up a little bit ahead of the Residents at Littledale at this point in time. They've rounded the midway marker boys, and they're on the way home. We have everybody straight on their circuit back to the finish line. And we have to give the lead at this point to Labrador Rewinding by probably not a boat length over Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey. As we said, the bookends, one in lane number 1 and the other in lane number 4. The Residents at Littledale has lost some ground or some water now, and they are in 4th position. Wellington Altus, Christina Hope Emmis, Andrea Power, Yvonne Knight, Kelly Bust, Deanna Kavanagh, Cheryl Oak, Annette Larkin, and Janie Snellgrove the spare. That's the team that makes up the Wellington Altus group, and they are certainly in 3rd position at this point in time, a bit ahead of the Residents at Littledale. Labrador Rewinding still challenging the Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey. I don't know which one would be, it might be another photo finish, who knows. They're pretty much even Steven as they move it on down towards the end of the pond and the finish line. They're 5 minutes into the race right now, and we made the split at about 2:49 for the first boat in there, which would be Labrador Rewinding, but not far behind at all, Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey. And they also made a good turn of the boys. All four racing shells did a good swing around the boys. Wellington Altus now in third place. Residents at Littledale, lane number 2, they are in fourth position at this time, being followed by the officials' boats. And they move it on down towards the midway, past the midway marker, boys, about halfway between the boys and the start-finish line. And we have to give the nod right now to the outside lane. We have to give the nod to Labrador Rewinding. I think they have a little bit of a lead, but it's nip and tuck. It's not a, it won't be, I don't think it'll be a photo finish, but it seems like they're dropping back a little bit, and Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey are forging ahead. They've got a good stroke there. Let's see what the results will be. Only time will tell. They're just moving back behind the lines now, and this is another very close race, and it will be Canadian Armed Forces by less than a boat length, and Labrador Rewinding by about 3/4 of a boat length and about 1/4 of a boat length behind. We have Wellington Altus and the residents at a little bit in fourth position at this point in time, and they're back of the pack, just crossing the finish line now. And the first race that was really a nail-biter, the previous race, the senior ladies commercial race, won by Rest NL Mattresses with 6:03.63 over Hot Frost Heat Pumps at 6:03.78. So that's not the width of a toll pin. Labrador Rewinding coming in second, but by considerably less than a boat length over Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey in lane number 4. They took the lead on the way back, and it was kind of dip and tuck all the way down and all the way back. Labrador Rewinding getting around the boys, probably a shade ahead of Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey, but both of them made a real good shot at the boys, and they did get around with no incidents. Wellington Altus coming in third, residents at Littledale in fourth. We'll get the official time on this last race, and we'll be back with the next race on today's card, which is the Senior Ladies Memorial Race. This is the Placentia Regatta coming to you live from Southeast Arm Boathouse in Placentia. Good day once again, and I say a good day because it is a marvelous day here at Southeast Arm Placentia for the 61st running of the Placentia Regatta. A marvelous day. It's 19 degrees and sunny now. The sun's been out for a while. The UV index is now moderate in this area, and sun blocker is certainly recommended. Winds, what little of the winds we have, about less than 10 kilometers per hour. So you can't ask for better, and it's a westerly wind flow at this point in time. I don't know if the tide has anything to do with the the times on this particular race course, because it is salt water and the tides do flow to and fro, in and out from various times. So I wouldn't hazard a guess as to if that would affect any of the rowers' ability, but we've had some excellent times today, and in the previous race we had almost a photo finish again. We had a photo finish between Restwell Mattresses, who won it with 6:03.63 over hot frost heat pumps with 6:03.78. So that was about as tight as you can get. In the previous race just completed, the amateur race, the official times on this one won by Canadian Armed Forces Browning Harvey in lane number 4, 6:21.31 or 6:23.31. Wellington Altus in the Lion, they posted 6:28.75 for a third place finish. Fourth place went to Residence at Littledale, 6:40.97. And the second place finisher, Labrador Rewinding, 6:26.82. So, just fractions of seconds separating the first and second crews in this last few races. We've got the memorial race just starting. We have Babb Law Office in lane number 1, the outside lane, L&B Concrete Construction in lane number 2. We have Woodmar under 21 rowing for time in this race, and we have the College of the North Atlantic in lane number 4, Team Broken Earth. So that's the lineup in this particular race. In the last race, Wellington Altus had a time of 6:42.93 at the time trials in St. John's, so they bettered that with 6:28.75. And the residents at Littledale posted 6:43.81 in the time trials. They bettered that as well with 6:40.97. So that's the story of the races so far, and some of the statistics from the time trials in St. John's that took place last weekend on Kitty Vitty Lake. It's just a great day for the race here in Placentia. We've got a fine attendance here at Lakeside, kind of a garden party atmosphere, lots of little games and attractions, tickets on a helicopter ride. There's concessions of all kinds. And we're waiting for the official start of this next race. We have all 4 racing shells in unison and ready. Number 1 is just retrieving a little bit, maybe to pick up a line, or for some reason they have an entanglement. Getting back in place now, getting some official, some assistance from the officials' boat. Number 1 lane, ready to go, Babb Law Office. They posted times in the time trial as well. Their time was 7:13.66 in St. John's last weekend. We don't know what's happening this weekend, but the game is underway, and we have an even start for pretty well all of them. A little bit of an edge for some of the crews. Number 2 seems to be a little bit off course now, but they'll correct it, I would assume. That's the L&B Concrete Construction crew. They're pretty much over in lane number 3. A lot of space between them and the outside lane. Babb Law Office rowing a pretty good course. They've endeavored to correct that now and get a little bit more over into lane number 2, because they do have to go for the number 2 boy to negotiate that turn. Opening up a bit of a lead, we have Woodmar rowing for time. They're rowing for time in this race. Woodmar is out in front of the other three racing shells, and they're being challenged all the way by L&B Concrete Construction. They are the two leading shells at this time. Bab Law Office seems to have a third place position right now, and the College of the North Atlantic Team Broken Earth is in lane number 4. They are in 4th position. Opening up a little bit of a lead, Woodmar, Matt Foley and his crew, Katie O'Reilly, Myra Murray, Carol Lee Gorman, Heidi Fitzpatrick, Laura Barry, Alyssa Barry, and Haley O'Keefe is the spare on that one. So that's Woodmar with a bit of a lead right now over L&B Concrete Construction, which had to make quite a nice adjustment in getting back into their proper lane. Tammy Poirier, Connie Cornick, Corina Greeley, Shauna Delaney, Carolyn McShane, Karen Slaney, and the spare as well. Angela Greeley is the spare. Kevin Greeley is the coxswain for L&B Concrete Construction. But out in front now we have Woodmar as they head toward the midway marker boys and the turning of the boys. There's still quite a bit of water between first and second. L&B Concrete Construction over pretty much not in lane 3 probably, but very, very much over as they head toward. They're closer to buoy number 3 than the buoy number 2, their own buoy, when they cross. Getting up there first, I think it's, nope, I'm not going to take a chance on it right now. They're making the turn. L&B Concrete is making the turn. They have to make a bigger turn than Woodmar. Woodmar is just getting into the turn as we speak, and we're about to make the split here. We call the split at about 250 halfway down, and they're halfway complete. All 4 racing shells around, very much in even Steven fashion. We have the outside lane, Bab Law Office getting around as well. L&B Concrete is around and on the way back, and Woodmar made a very nice turn to the boys. They're on the way back. They're just straightening up, and getting around on the outside of the buoy is College of the North Atlantic Team Broken Earth, and they will be tight to the buoy on the way back, but they made a very wide arc out there, as did Bab Law Office. They went around the buoy, and they're quite a distance out of their lane, so they have to make a correction as well. Moving along now, we have the race course Woodmar rowing for time, but they're pretty much over in almost in lane number 4 as we speak. So they would have to make a correction, and L&B Concrete Construction in lane number 2, they're much over in lane number 3. So they're spaced out quite a bit on this race course, and they're going to have to correct it all before they get back to the finish line. In first place, we have to give first place to Woodmar at this point in time. They're rowing for time. Matt Foley and his crew rowing in the Miss Nickel. They're out in front, but they're just getting back on a straight position now, very perpendicular to the course, as opposed to before when they were a little bit yaw and was a little bit off. Getting back to the position of the racing shells, it's the way we call it, Woodmar, L&B Concrete Construction, College of the North Atlantic Team Broken Earth, and Bab Law Office in that order. Bab Law Office posted 7:13:66 in the time trials last weekend in St. John's, and I think they maybe are going to be close to that in this race here. We're over 5 minutes into the race now. We've already gone around the buoys and are on the way back the pond, and we should be getting back very shortly back to the area where it's most competitive, and that's as they make a beeline for the finish line. In front, we have Woodmar, under 21, Matt Foley and crew rowing for time on this one, and I expect they'll have a reasonably good time. 5.5 minutes into the race right now, and we've got the L&B Concrete Construction crew in second place. We have the third place College of the North Atlantic team Broken Earth in lane number 4, and in the outside lane, if you happen to be looking on from your TV screens or from the banks of Southeast Arm, it's Bab Law Office in the outside lane. A bit of a close race between Woodmar, who is in front, and L&B Concrete Construction in lane number 2. They are pretty much even now, but I think the Woodmar might have a fraction of a boat length lead over as they make that last sprint for the finish line. We clocked them unofficially at about 2:50, and they're just approaching the finish line now. And the time unofficially 6:25. 6:25, a quarter of a boat length behind. We have L&B Concrete, and in third position is going to be Team Broken Earth, and in fourth it's going to be Bab Law Office as they all turn on the proper side of their lanes. So another close race, reasonably, and as they went down, turn to boys, they all did it expeditiously, and a little bit of a lag in the distance between the racing shells in their respective lanes as they went down, and coming back a little bit, but not much. They did get back on an even keel, so to speak, and that's the story of this race, which is the Memorial Race, won by the crew from we'll get the official times on this one in just a little bit, as rowing for time, Woodmar had excellent showing there, taking home the first place finish on this one. One more now before we have a lunch break, and just 2 racing shells in this next one. It's a senior ladies race. It's between Rel, the safety experts, senior ladies, and the Lantern. So Rel, the safety experts, Janine Snow is the coxswain, Donna Foote, Kayla Howard, Angela Lawrence, Lois Cruz, Nicole Clemens, Suzanne Bloodworth, and the spare is Lisa Walsh. For the Lantern, it's a whole group of crew members. Kelly Bust is the coxswain. The crew members are Victoria Stanford, Julia Trahy, Eurissa Abeldetti, Lorna Oquerga, Anne-Marie Whalen, Sharon Andrews, Tiffany Wynot, and the spare is Sandoz Omar. So that's the last race on the morning card as we near the 12 o'clock hour, and we'll have that for you as time progresses. I don't think we have the official time on the previous race, so we'll get that for you when we come back with the next race. Live and direct from Southeast Arm, Placentia, the 61st Placentia Regatta, live from Southeast Arm. Well, good noon hour. It's just after 12 o'clock, and we've got another race scheduled before lunch break at scheduled for 12, but it'll just be a little after. We've got two racing shells in the next one. We've got Rel, the safety experts in the senior ladies, and we've got the Lantern with Kelly Bust and her company. We have the last race, we have the final results, and the statistics go down in the books as such. We have Woodmar actually won the race, but they were rowing for time with 6:25:53. So they would, technically, I guess, win the race. But there is another first place finisher, and that's L&B Concrete Construction coming in with 6:27:13. And in that category, in second place, we have College of the North Atlantic, Broken Earth, Team Broken Earth, 6:37:03. And Bab Law Office posting 6:50:37 for a third place finish. So that's the statistics on the last race. We have Rel, the safety experts, coming up, and we have the Lantern, and both of those competed in the time trials in St. John's. We had Rel, the safety experts, posting 7:57:95, so they'll be wanting to maybe get a little faster time. And we have the Lantern posting 7:29:78. So that is the story of their performance in the time trials last week. A lot of activity in the St. John's area coming up for the 7th of August. I think it's Regatta Day in there. And of course, the St. John's Regatta, the Royal St. John's Regatta, should I say, is celebrating, I think, 206 years in operation. The first was in 1816, so yes, that would give it that figure. So 206 years. Harbor Grace Regatta, of course, is held on Lady Lake each year, and it'll probably be held this upcoming weekend, following weekend. Harbor Grace, they're about 100 and they're over 160 years, so it's really the second oldest sporting event in North America. That's their claim. And Placentia Regatta celebrated 60 years yet last year, and that's the junior of the Triple Crown. Two racing shells in the next one. We've got Rel, the safety experts, senior ladies category, with Janine Snow, Donna Foote, Kayla Horwood, Angela Lawrence, Lois Cruz, Nicole Clements, Suzanne Bloodworth, and Lena Walsh. Two racing shells just about set to get underway. We have one already in place, but the other has to line up. Just coming into view right now. They're lining up at number 4. That's the Lantern with Kelly Bust. In the coxswain's chair, Victoria Stanford, Julia Trahy, Yosara Abelhardy, and the crew members consist of Anne-Marie Whalen, Sharon Andrews, Lorna Quiroga, Tiffany Wynot, and Sandoz Omar, the spare. The Lantern in they're in lane number 4. They're scheduled to go in lane number 3, but who knows. We have Rel, the safety experts, in lane number 3. I guess they moved it up a little bit because stake number 4 team had been scratched, so I guess they moved it up to number 4 because number 4 is a nice lane for all rowers here in Southeast Arm, Placentia. We're about set to get the show on the road. There's the shotgun, and they get off to a good start. No false starts today. We've got two. The Lantern in the nearby lane, and Rel, the safety expert, senior ladies category, getting away to a good start. And we can see the foam from the oars dipping into the water and leaving little arcs behind the aft end of the boat. Away to an early lead is the Lantern. The Lantern is off to an early start on this one. They've got about a boat length lead now over Rel, the safety expert, senior ladies category. And as we mentioned, they both competed in the time trials in St. John's last weekend. The Lantern seems to be opening up a bit of a lead now. It might be a little more than one boat length, but not much. They're in the nearby lane. They're in the lane number 4, and Rel, the safety expert senior ladies, will go for buoy number 3 to circle that buoy. The Lantern and Rel, the safety experts, rowing in the Miss Placentia. The Lantern rowing in the Miss Nickel, or I guess we should just say the Nickel. I would assume it's proper terminology for it. That's the way they have it in the program. So we'll take the Miss out and we'll just call it the Nickel. Moving along into the glittering sunshine here at Southeast Arm Placentia. The official safety boat is behind the 2 racing shells in this one. It's just a 2-boat race, so it'll be a 1 and 2 for this one. The previous one was a 4-boat race, but one of the crews was rowing for time, so we've got a double number 1 winner. Woodmar rowed for time, and they posted 6:25:53, and they were the winner on in terms of positioning. However, the first place finisher will go down as L&B Concrete Construction, 6:27:13. Bablaw Office came in third in that one, 6:50:37. And the second place finisher, College of the North Atlantic, Team Broken Earth, with 6:37:03. That's the story of the last race. We've got 2 racing shells in this one, the last before lunch hour. They're headed for the boys now, and it looks like they are a little bit off in terms of aiming for their respective buoys. Let's see if they turn the proper buoy. 2 racing shells in this particular race, the last one on the card, and we'll be back after the afternoon when this one is completed with the under 16 girls race, and then we've got a couple of races, the under 16 boys, and the under 14 girls race, and then we'll wrap it up with the boys under 14 and the girls under 12, and we'll take it from there. As they turn the boys, we've got around the boys, we've got the Rel, the safety experts. We make the split at about 3:21 roughly, and they're around. Also, the Lantern is around. I think the Lantern will come back on a better trajectory back the race course. They seem to have made a wide arc, but they look like they're going to be a little bit ahead of the Rel, the safety experts, as they move down the pond and straighten up. They are already straight on the race course and just moving into a straightforward position. We have the safety experts, senior ladies, Janine Snow, Donna Foote, Kayla Howard, Angela Lawrence, Lois Cruz, Nicole Clements, Suzanne Bloodworth, and Spear is Lisa Walsh. They're almost even with the race course now as they get back into position after that wide swing around the boys at the middle of the pond. We officially clocked them at about 3:22, I think it was, on the split, but they're already about 4 minutes and over 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the race now, and they're on the way back, and it looks like we're going to have a race between the lane number 4 and lane number 3. That's the way it looks at this point in time. Number 4 is in the lead. The Lantern, Kelly Bust and company, is out in front, probably by about a boat length or maybe a boat length and a quarter. This is the final race before lunch hour. We'll be back at around 1:30 with the race this afternoon, and if we don't get the official time on that one, we'll bring you the official time when we do come back. But the racing card in the afternoon is generally in the under 14s, under 16s, under 14s, under 12, and it goes as such. In front, definitely out in front, we have the lantern. The lantern crew is way out there over the the safety experts. Both competed in the time trials in St. John's. Rel coming in with 7:57.95, and the lantern with 7:29.78. But this is the Placentia Regatta, and there has to be a first and a second place finish on this one. And it looks like at this point in time, unless something untoward happens, it's going to be the lantern. Kelly Buse, along with the stroke, Victoria Stanford, and the crew is Julia Trahi, Yosera Abelhardy, the Lisa Walsh is the spare, Suzanne Bloodworth, Suzanne Bloodworth is, Kelly Buse is the lantern coxswain, and the stroke, Victoria Stanford, Julia Trahi, Yosera Abelhardy. We have Anne Marie Whalen, we have Quiroga, Tiffany Quiroga, Lorna Quiroga, Sharon Andrews, Tiffany Why Not the spare, and also another spare, Sandoz Omar. Coming in a considerable number of boat lengths ahead, we have unofficially to declare the winner, 7:01. We clock it at 7:01, and that's a respectable showing for the lantern. Over Rel the safety experts, it's a better time than their time this morning or last weekend in the time trials in St. John's, considerably better at 7:01. Their lantern posted 7:29.78 last week. So a good showing there, and we have a first place finisher and a second place finisher. We have the lantern coming in first, Rel the safety experts a bit behind, but nonetheless finishing in second place and getting the job done. We'll be back after lunch with the next program of races here at the Placentia Regatta. This is the 61st Placentia Regatta, live from the boathouse at Southeast Arm, Placentia. Well, good afternoon, regatta enthusiasts. We're pleased to bring you all the action, the competition, and the excitement of the 61st rowing of the Placentia Regatta. This afternoon, we've got the uh, 18, under 16s, under 14s, under 12s, and these are younger people who are interested in rowing, and it's great to see the younger generation behind the oars and really give it a go, as they say. We've got a four-boat race coming up, and this has to do with the under 16 girls. Race number 9 this afternoon, getting the afternoon underway in fine form. Quincy is in lane number 1, Targa lane number 2, the Freshwater Community Centers in lane 3, and East Coast Catering is in lane number 4. We've got the finals in the last senior ladies race that we didn't deliver to you before dinner hour. The Lantern took top spot with 7:02:15. That's 7:02:15, the Lantern. And Rill, the safety experts, senior ladies, won it second place. Their time 7:14:28. We've got four crews ready to go out there. We've got 3 in position, one more coming up. We'd like to say hello to everybody out there in TV land and listening online this afternoon. Special hello to Gene Collins. We know you're listening this afternoon. Wish you were here. You're a wealth of regatta knowledge, and we salute you on your dedication to rowing and development of the regatta side here in Placentia over the years. We've got a number of events coming up with all kinds of activities on the field. I noticed a couple of mascots out there as well when I was coming in after lunch hour. And we're ready to go with the next program, the next half of the program, the afternoon portion. We've got 4 racing shells in this next one, just waiting for the last one to get in place. Number 3, Freshwater Community Center, is back behind the pack, I think, as we look across the race course here at Southeast Arm. Quincy, lane number 1, they're ready in their black jerseys. Tara Gillingham, Leah Swain. Okay, they're underway all of a sudden, and here we go. Quincy getting off to a pretty good start, as did East Coast Catering in lane number 4. It's a fine showing right off the afternoon to get the afternoon started off. We've got a good weather pattern hanging in during the day. Pond conditions are absolutely ideal, and you might want to take a little bit of sunscreen if you're coming out this afternoon to the regatta site. We're about a half a minute into the race, and we've established a lead right now. Freshwater Community Center is in the lead by just an eyelash over East Coast Catering in lane number 4. In third position, we have the Targa crew, Tina Ring Hunt, and Quincy in fourth position. And they're battling for third, actually. They're in fourth now, and really hoping to get on top of the Targa crew and maybe get further up the line. The leader leading off the pack here is Freshwater Community Center. They have their oars in the water. They've got a very strong stroke, and they're in the lead by about almost a boat length over the East Coast Catering crew in lane number 4. This is the 61st running of the Placentia Regatta, and we've got all kinds of activities on the field here. For those of you wanting to drop by this afternoon, or if you're listening or viewing from some remote location, we have people in Ontario and people out of province interested in seeing the developments of the rowing. They probably have some relatives in here, who knows. We've got a definite lead established by Freshwater Community Center. Trevor Hefferman is the coxswain. Crew, Olivia Keefe, Julia Hickey, Jenna Power, Brooklyn Williams, Julie Croucher, Emma Richardson, and a spare is Ella Pittman. Freshwater Community Center just going for the boys now and the turning of the boys. That will come up very shortly. In second place, East Coast Catering in the near lane. If you happen to be looking on from the site here in Placentia. And the third place finisher, as we take it right now, is the Targa crew. They are pretty much over in the line of the lane of the crew in number 3. So they've got to make a very kind of a boomerang type shot to get even on the pack. We clocked the time at the split for Freshwater Community Center at 2:51. 2:51 is the split, halfway through, and into the turn they go, and they're followed by East Coast Catering, lane 4. And the crew from Freshwater Community Center are just across right now with the Targa group that had to really make quite a substantial bow to get around that number 2 boy. Quincy is now around, and they will be coming back. They'll be coming back the field, straightened up, and on the way back, we have Freshwater Community Center. They've got a straight line, and they're on the way. And also straightening up now in the lane number 4, Kelly Bust and the East Coast Catering crew. She's straightening up, and everything is good there. It's the under 16 girls race, and these are girls in the age group of 14 to 15, I think, is the age group for the under 16s. Freshwater Community Center has established a lead, although it's about a boat length right now, and East Coast Catering is really pressing and really giving it a good oar, because they want to finish that in a great competition here on this, and we've had some good competitions, some photo finishes during the day. Targa will be in third position as they head back to pond, and finally getting straightened out in the outside lane, Quincy, as they head back the pond. Tara Dillingham, Leah Swain, Julia Slade, Chloe Slade, Margie King, Leah Drover, Brooklyn Piercy. The winner, by about a boat length right now, is Freshwater Community Center with Trevor Heffernan, Olivia O'Keefe, Julia Hickey, Jenna Power, Brooklyn Williams, Julie Croucher, and Emma Richardson. Ella Pittman is the spare. In second place, not a boat length behind, and certainly in line to catch up, we have Kelly Bust and East Coast Catering, lane number 4. The stroke is Rachel Lagdon, Rayleigh Courtney, Aviana Churchill, Grace Norman, Bridget Connolly, Isabella Bourne, Jane Lilly is the spare, and Heidi Courtney is the spare as well. East Coast Catering really pressing now against the crew in lane number 3. They've got about almost a half a boat length lead right now. Lane 3, Freshwater Community Center, well back of the pack. In third place, we have the Targa crew, Tina Ring Hunt. And the stroke there is Chloe Rogers, Brianna Lee, Sarah Bunnell, Cheyenne Field, Emma Knoll, and Ellie Ryan. Quincy, well back of the pack. They took their time getting around the boy, and sometimes that's the way things go. They also, the Targa crew had to really do a wide circle around that number 2 boy. East Coast Catering trying to catch up, and I think they might very well do it, but Freshwater Community Center is out in front. They're about a quarter of a boat length. We clocked the time unofficially at 6:07. Freshwater Community Center over the line, followed by East Coast Catering over the line. Freshwater Community Center coming in there with, we clock it at about 6:07, and Targa is back quite a substantial margin back of the pack, and we have the Quincy crew well back of the Targa crew. So we'll get the official time as we come back this afternoon. It's just a wonderful afternoon here. The sun is shining. It's a great day. We don't have an official time on that yet, but over the line now we have Targa just at the bow over the line, and back behind Targa, several boat lengths behind, we've got the Quincy crew. We'll be back about a half hour from now with the next race, which is the under 16 boys, and we'll bring that to you. It includes in the outside lane the Rowdy Rowers. In lane number 2, Case Construction. Lane number 3, Harbor Breeze Catering. That's a crew from Grace, I think. And in lane 4, it's the Unsinkable Rowing. And that's the story of the under 16 boys. Just completed the under 16 girls race, which includes the 14 to 15-year-old age group, and the Winter Freshwater Community Center, and with the East Coast Catering as well. Targa coming in third place, Quincy a distant fourth. This is the Placentia Regatta 61st edition, coming to you live from Southeast Arm in Placentia. Good afternoon again, folks. We're live here at the Southeast Arm in Placentia, where it's just a wonderful, a marvelous day on the water. And the crews on the water today have been excellent. They've had some really good times and some very competitive times as well. We want to give you the results of the previous race, the under 16 girls. Freshwater Community Center, rowing in the Port of Argentia racing shell, came in first with 6:07:38. That's 6:07:38. Second place finishers, East Coast Catering, rowing in the Placentia. Their time 6:08:50. 6:08:50. Targa came in third place, 6:52:44, and Quincy a distant fourth at 8:08:43. And those are the numbers from the previous race, which concluded before we had an opportunity to give you the race results officially. Next one is the under 14 girls race. I think it's the next one. No, it's the under boys. The under boys 16. Under 16 boys, and it's the Rowdy Rowers in lane number 1. Lane number 2, Case Construction. Lane 3, Harbor Breeze Catering. And in lane number 4, it's Unsinkable Rowing. So those crews, so the younger generation rowers under 16, so that would be 14 to 15-year-olds. And we've got a full complement of people out there in the 4 racing shells, and we'll bring you that result in just a moment. We started the race. The race itself is being lined up now by the starters. We've got 4 racing shells with their toggles tied, but not tight. And they just need to pull up number 2 for a short time. They need to just row one side of the boat so that they can line it up, and we should be ready to go in just a matter of very few moments. I think they're pretty much ready now, waiting for the starters. Number 2 needs to straighten up a little bit more. Might be a tide out there, I'm not sure, but in any event, they'll handle it. Still waiting for number 1 to pull up, and now they're pulling up, and we're waiting for the gun. There's the shotgun, and everybody is away in good order. We have our drone flying overhead just to give an accurate description of how this is going to pair out as they move down the line. We've got pretty much of an even crew out there in lanes 3 and 4. In lane number 1 is in third place. Lane number 2 is the fourth place contestant at this time. It looks like number 3 and 4, Harbor Breeze Catering and Unsinkable Rowing in lane 4, will be the ones to watch on this one if it continues on around the stakes and if they negotiate the buoy positions in good order. Still a 2-boat race for first place with Unsinkable Rowing in the nearby lane number 4, and Brendan Chafe and his Harbor Breeze Catering in lane number 3 right next to him. And next to on the other side of the field, we have the Rowdy Rowers, and they are in third place at this time. In fourth, we've got Case Construction, Deanne Smith and her crew. We'll bring you the results around the boys, and let's see if they negotiate those boys in a certain amount of efficiency. Sometimes today we've seen very wide arcs around the buoy positions, and in some cases going way back when and having to pick out which buoy was actually their own so far back in the field. So that's a wide arc, a wide angle. It looks like now the Harbor Breeze Catering might have opened up a little bit of water, but it's still a 2-boat race between Unsinkable Rowing in lane 4 and Harbor Breeze Catering in lane number 3. On the outside lane, Rowdy Rowers with Lenny Williams, and the stroke is Alex Knoll. Crew is even Evan Johnson, Anthony Piercy, Mackay Costa, Chase Drover, Raymond Osui Ansa, Jacob Chafe is the spare, Dorian Butt is the spare, and the coach is Kelly Knoll. That's the Rowdy Rowers. They are in third position as number 2 Harbor Breeze Catering just goes into their very tight turn, and they're almost up on the buoy. And around the buoy, we have 242. I'm sorry, 242. We make the split, and it's pretty much even between Harbor Breeze Catering and Unsinkable Rowing. Just going into the turn, now we have Case Construction, and Rowdy Rowers is just about complete and around. A very wide arc now by Harbor Breeze Catering. They took a wider swing than Unsinkable Rowing, and Unsinkable Rowing might be coming back a little bit ahead of the Harbor Breeze Catering crew. They are straightened up and they're on the way, and now Harbor Breeze Catering is straight and they're on the way back in a direct line to the finish line. Case Construction around the area around the buoys is a little bit slower around the buoys, and I think it's difficult to tell at this point in time how they got around in good order. And Rowdy Rowers, they're around as well, and they're straightened up and on the way back. So everybody has straightened up the racing shells. They have a beeline now for the finish line, and it looks like the Unsinkable Rowing crew has taken a bit of a lead. Unsinkable Rowing is in the lead by maybe a couple, 3 boat lengths, I would think, or somewhere in that general area. As we look on from overhead, we find that the crew in lane number 4, Unsinkable Rowing, Tina Hunt, Adam McDonald, Benjamin Cowan, Max Dove, Grant Bennett, Michael Kane, and the spare, Aidan Legg, and the coach, Tina Hunt. So Tina Hunt is also the coxswain for this one. Unsinkable Rowing have opened up quite a lead. It's about a 3 boat length lead now over Harbor Breeze Catering, who seem to be pressing them all the way down around the buoys. But Harbor Breeze Catering made quite an arc around there, and in straightening up, I guess maybe lost some water. In third place at this point in time, it's Rowdy Rowers, Lenny Williams and company. Alex Knoll, Evan Johnson, Anthony Piercy, Mackay Costa, Chase Drover, Raymond Suiansa, Jacob Chafe, a spare, and Dorian Butt, a spare. The coach is Kelly Knoll. Moving along down the race course, we have a definite lead established by Unsinkable Rowing in lane 4 at this stage of the game. Unsinkable Rowing are really out in front. They're a fair distance from the second place crew right now, Harbor Breeze Catering. Case Construction and the Rowdy Rowers in the outside lane are battling for third place at this point. They're almost neck and neck as we move down towards the midway marker buoys. First through the buoys, and over the line is Unsinkable Rowing in top spot. And there, we clocked them at about 5:45. Unsinkable Rowing, the winner on this one, and Harbor Breeze Catering all through the line right now. They're they lost a bit of battle on the way back, but a battle for second and third and fourth right now. It looks like maybe the Rowdy Rowers might be pulling up a little bit of a lead. They've got about a third of a boat length lead. They're over the line now, and now the bow for the Case Construction crew comes in over the line with a fourth place finish. So that's the story of the race so far. We have a very good race going down, a little bit of a wide arc by Harbor Breeze Catering and getting around there and getting level with the race course back to the finish line. Unsinkable Rowing, of course, is the winner on this one, unless something untoward has happened in the process. But Unsinkable Rowing is certainly the winner over Harbor Breeze Catering at this point in time. Rowdy Rowers, third. Case Construction is fourth. We'll be back. The under 16 boys has just been completed. The under 14 girls race is coming up between Frobisher Energy Services, Redline Automotive, J&E Enterprises, and Ideal Masonry. And that's the next one coming up on the card this afternoon. So we'll be back with the official time on that race just completed with the under 16s. We'll bring it to you when we come back. This is the Placentia Regatta, live from the boathouse at Southeast Arm, Placentia. Good afternoon once again from Pondside here in Placentia, where it's a great day. We're waiting for the official start of the next race, which is the under 14 girls race. So this race will start halfway down the course, so they row a quarter course. They start at the boy positions and they move to the end of the race course to the stakes. And in that way, I think they're underway already. Yes, they are underway. They're underway because it's difficult to hear a gunshot at this distance and know that they're actually started. They are on the way down, so let's wait and see how when we get a better picture of just exactly where they might be. It looks like the crew in lane number 2, the Red Line Automotive crew, seems to have a bit of an edge, but coming up on line number 4, Ideal Masonry. Ideal Masonry has opened up a bit of a lead now. So Ideal Masonry will be, they seem to be pouring on a little more pressure as they get further and further downfield. The Ideal Masonry in lane number 4, Tina Hunt and her crew, they are over a few boat lengths ahead of Red Line Automotive at this time, maybe a boat length and a half possibly. In third position, we have J&E Enterprises. Fourth in the nickel in the outside lane is Frobisher Energy Services. They're moving down from the boy positions to the finish line, and Ideal Masonry is definitely out in front by only probably a boat length or a boat length and a half to 2. Tina Hunt is the cox for Ideal Masonry. Shirley Hill, McKaylee Kennel, Lily McKinnon, Lily Moores, Billy Beaton Cutler, Libby Richardson, and the spare is Grace Velasuri. J&E Enterprises in third position at this time. They're in the lane number 3. In lane number 2 is Red Line Automotive, Derek McGrath. The stroke is Claire McGrath. And the crew members are Sophia King, Alaya Robbins, Sophie Walsh, Alexa Healy, Lydia Griffiths, Collins, and Alida Hardy. Alexis Hardy is a spare, and the coach is Derek McGrath. So that's the story of this race, at least the first two racing shells that are in position at this time, and they're moving towards the end of the line, and they're a few boat lengths away now from the end of the race. It looks like the crew from Ideal Masonry is certainly in front, but not a whole lot over the Red Line Automotive. They will finish in second place if everything continues from where they are right now. The Red Line Automotive looking very smart in their red jerseys. We didn't get a clock watch on that, but we'll give you the results as time goes on. We have the one line, one crew over the line. We have J&E Enterprises about to come in here in lane number, the Red Line Automotive is already in. J&E Enterprises just over the line now, and back of the pack is Frobisher Energy Services. They still have a distance to come before they get up to the end of the field. So that's the story on this race. We didn't bring you the official results of the under 16 boys. We couldn't bring it on to you until now. The first place finisher, Unsinkable Rowing, and they were in lane number, Unsinkable Rowing, they were in lane number 4. They came in first place 5:45.22. In second place, Harbor Breeze Catering, Chafe's Home Design with 6:04.23. In third position, Rowdy Rowers, the outside lane, 6:22.16. And in fourth place, we had the Case Construction Crew with 6:23. Just over the line now, the bows just over the line for the final racing shell in this particular race, the under 16 girls, Frobisher Energy Services. Red Line Automotive in third place, J&E Enterprises second, and Ideal Masonry is third. We have Ideal Masonry. We're out in front. J&E Enterprises picked up second place on this one. and Redline Automotive third, and Frobisher Energy Services is a fourth place finisher. We don't have the official time on that. We will have the official time for these under 14 girls. So the under 14s, of course, would be 12 and 13 year girls. And that's quite a feat for them to start down there and come all the way back up here. And it's great to be having younger people in these races, because they'll grow to have, be accustomed to rowing, and it'll be great in the future as they get up and take their place in society. Ideal Masonry, the winner, J&E Enterprises, Redline Automotive third, Frobisher Energy Services fourth. Next, coming up, we have the under 14 boys, and they would be 12 and 13-year-olds, and they will start from exactly the same situation. Melissa Humphreys is the cox for OCP Tacton, and Julie Parsons, the coxswain for Akuran Outer Cove Girls, and Mike Shea is the coxswain for number 10 Clothing Company, and the boys' team is rowing for time only. So we'll bring that to you as it comes up, and we hope to have the official time on the under 14 girls when we come back with the next race. This is the Placentia Regatta coming to you live from the boathouse at Southeast Arm, Placentia. stroke was Tom Whittle, Gerard Barron, Frank Lannon, Leo Collins, Anthony Whittle, and Brendan Whittle. And it's a little bit of history about the Placentia Regatta. And of course, Eugene Collins. Hello to Eugene this afternoon. I'm sure you're listening. He was made an honorary member of the St. John's Regatta at Kitty Bitty Lake. And it's now the Royal St. John's Regatta, of course. After I think it was 1993, they received the designation Royal for the St. John's Regatta, and they received their emblem, their scroll, whatever goes with it. We'd like to bring you up to date on the last race, the under 14 girls race, which has been completed now, and the winning time on this one, Ideal Masonry, with 2:58.90. 2:58.90. First place finisher, Ideal Masonry. The second place finisher, Red Line Automotive, looking very spiffy in their red jerseys, 3:04.50. The third place finisher, J&D Enterprises, and they rode it in 3:21.34. Frobisher Energy Services in lane number one came in with a time officially of 4:16.63. So that's the story of that last race, which has just been completed. We're waiting for the other race to start now, and this race is the under 12 boys. The number 10 clothing company boys are rowing for time, and that consists of Mike Shea as the coxswain. And the stroke, I've got two family members in there as well, young boys in the under 14 category. Max Steele, Caleb Murphy, Evan Colford, Jonah Murphy, Ethan Cole, Andrew Walsh, and Sheena McCreate. That's the crew in number 10 clothing company with the boys rowing for time. Rowing in lane number 3 will be at Curran Outer Cove Girls. Julie Parsons is the coxswain on this one, and we're just waiting for the drone to take a good shot there, and we'll judge when the race starts from that, and we'll get our timer going here, I guess. They're lined up. All the crews, or 3 crews, are lined up on this one. OCP Tacton in the outside lane, which is lane number 2. In lane number 3 in the middle is Acuan Outer Cove Girls. And it's just started, so the stopwatch is on the go, and it is the number 10 clothing company rowing for time in lane number 4. Top 10 clothing, number 10 clothing company is out in front at this time, and they will be rowing for time, of course, and there will be a first place finisher between the Outer Cove Girls and OCP Tacron. A nice day for the race here today, and the pond conditions are absolutely superb. I'm looking for some big times in the championship races this evening. The women's championship race should be a real good event. I think it's a repeat of the first race of the day, and that's what we were kind of discussing there even before the race started this morning. Okay, going along with number 10 clothing company still out in front, but not by far. Acuan Outer Cove Girls will be catching up with those boys if they're about a half boat length behind right now. OCP Tactor in the outside lane, they are in lane number 2 actually, and they are in third position in this 3-boat race. There will be 2 first place finishers, of course, because the boys will be rowing for time. Number 10 clothing company seems to have pulled ahead a little bit more now. They're about almost a boat length ahead of Acuan Outer Cove Girls, Julie Parsons, Erin Bonia, Sally Cody, Charlotte Nixon, Liv Randall, Charlie Green, Jasmine Hickey, Eva Brown is the spare, and the coach is Sarah Anthony. In the outside lane, OCP Tactor and Melissa Humphreys is the coxswain. Nora Goss, Mia Humphreys, Abigail Legier, Allison Sparrow, Madeline Street, Elsie Parsons, Caitlin Coughlin, and the spare is Sonia Goss. That's the story of the race here in it's currently underway. The Outer Cove crews seem to be in a little further back now, and it looks like the number 10 clothing company is going to take this race unless something unusual happens. Outer Cove will be in second place. They'll be in first place, actually, because there's only two ends to this race, first and second place finishers. So the number 10 clothing company boys out rowing for time, and they will come home ahead of the other two crews, Curran Outer Cove girls and OCP Attackern. About a boat length and a quarter now ahead. Number 10 clothing company boys rowing for time, and we'll clock the time when they cross the finish line at about 3 minutes even. 3 minutes, and we'll keep it going for the other first place finisher, which is the Outer Cove girls, and they will be over the finish line in a matter of a very few moments. There they go, 3:14.99, 3:14.99. That's the story of this race. The other crew is just crossing the finish line now as we speak, and they're over for second place, Melissa Humphreys and the OCT Tactron team. OCP Tacton. Melissa Humphreys is the coxswain, and all her crew members. Congratulations to be a first and a second place finisher in the under 12 boys and under 12 girls. The under 12 boys will be rowing for time, so there won't be a first and a second place there, but there will be a first and a second place for the Curran Outer Cove girls and the OCP Tacton team. There will be a first and second there, and Curran Outdoor will take this one. Outer Cove girls will take this one. We clocked the time at about 3 minutes even. I'm sorry, 3:14, a little over 3:14. And the boys, they will, of course, still end up from first place because they're only rowing for a time, and that group finished in a time of 3 minutes, which is a very, very nice showing for under 12 boys. They're headed by the number 10 clothing company, their sponsor. Mike Shea is a coxswain, Max Neal, Yvonne Colford, Caleb Murphy, Jonah Murphy, Ethan Cole, Andrew Walsh, and Sheena McCrate. And that's the story of this particular race, and we'll be back with another race in just a little bit, but it's hard to call it a race because there's only one crew rowing in this one, the under 12 girls, and this will be for time, obviously. They'll be rowing in lane number 4, and we'll have the official time on this last race, the boys under 14. This is the Placentia Regatta, live and direct from Southeast Arm, Placentia, right here on Saturday afternoon, the 20th of July, a monumental day here, a beautiful, beautiful sun-filled day, no wind to speak of for the rowers, and it's just a great day on the banks of Southeast Arm, Placentia. Here in Placentia, where the race has just been completed with the under 14 boys and girls. Number 10 Clothing Company rowing for time. The last race on the regular card is underway now, and it's the under 12 girls race. There's just one crew rowing in this one. There was scheduled to be another crew, but they could not. Row today for some reason, and East Can Transport Services Limited is the only crew in this one. So it's kind of hard to call a one-boat race. They're followed by the officials' boats as they run down from the buoy positions to the stakes. They're about probably coming up on a quarter of the distance from the boys at this time as they head back to the stake positions. They row just a quarter course, of course. The official results in the under 12 race just completed. The under 12 race number 12, sorry. The under 14 boys and girls. We had the winner, a crew and Outer Cove girls rowing in the Port of Argentia. Their time, first place time for the competitive side of that race is 3:18:12, and OCP Tacton rowing in the nickel came in second with 3:30:06. And rowing for time, of course, the boys rowing for time. Number 10 Clothing Company rowing in the Miss Placentia in lane number 4. They had a very respectable showing, the second best showing of the day for under the younger generation. And that time was 3:04:97. So an excellent time there. Congratulations to all the crew members on number 10 Clothing Company. As East Can moves down the field, they're rowing for time, and we don't have a stopwatch on them. They started a little bit prematurely down there, and it's rather difficult to actually get a stopwatch on starting that race from that location. They've got a nice easy stroke. 1, 2, 3. They're going reasonably well, and they're rowing for time only. East Can Transport Services. The cox is Tracy Roach. The stroke is Ella Roach. And the crew members, Lucy McDonald, Lauren Tate, Maddie Noseworthy, Anna Healy, Lucy Bailey. The spare is Jordan Brown. The coach is Derek McDonald. They're rowing in the Miss Placentia in lane number 4. They're rowing for time only. They're being followed by the official boats, the safety boats here. They always have safety boats on the pond here at Southeast Arm, Placentia. It's not an actual pond; it's an arm of the sea where the tide comes in, the tide goes out, and at the end of the Southeast Arm is a wonderful salmon river. Well, we're rowing for time on this one, and we may not have the time when we sign off on this race because we'll get it for you and come back with the next race of the day. There is scheduled to be what they're calling a fun race, and that's the last race. It's not on the official calendar, but it is a fun race, so the fun will be all ours, I suspect, if we have to call it. And they're over the finish line as we speak. East Cat Transport Services Limited. We'll get the official time in a bit. This is the Placentia Regatta 61st edition, live and direct from Southeast Arm in Placentia. Well, we are about to have a fun race. Four local crews are participating in this particular race, which is just before the championships, which should happen in about an hour from now. The first championship, and then the second about 6 o'clock, I think. In any event, or 7 o'clock maybe. I'm uncoordinated myself. I'm sure I'm going to learn some coordination lessons here from this group that's out there, consisting of Laval High School. These are high school graduates, apparently, and they're in lane number one. Lane number two would be the fire department, local fire department here in the Placentia region. Number three would be the town of Placentia, being led by His Worship the Mayor. And the stake position number four is the RCMP, and if I heard it correctly, the fire department is defending their title. So let's all join in and see if we can get a good coordinated run on this one. We'll see how the oars fit into the water in great detail and great scoops and. Sending back the water back over the aft end of the boat, and hopefully they won't chow everybody in the interim. We had the girls under 12 team, just one team competing in the race here, schedule here at Placentia Regatta today, and they were rowing for time. East Scan Transport Services Limited in the Miss Nickel in lane number 4. They came in with a time of 4:21:75. We're just waiting for the official time on, we've got the official time on this one. We're waiting for the official start of this particular race. We've got one racing shell that's a little bit behind the others now as they try to jockey for positions when they get rolling. They are behind the buoy positions. They will row 1/4 the entire distance. This is a fun race. Laval High School, Fire Department, Town of Placentia, and the RCMP in lane number 1. So, lane number 4, I should say. So let's see how everything transpires in this one, and see how the coordination goes, and see if we can learn some lessons on rowing from either of these crews out there. They're still gathered around, more or less. Psyching each other out maybe for, just a typical sports moment. And I think the fire department, I heard it said that they were defending their title, so we can assume that they have something to challenge the other three teams on this one. I don't know how old the Laval High School students. First note I got was Laval High School seniors, and but then it got changed to high school graduates, so I don't know when they graduated. They're just wandering around out there, meandering here, there, and everywhere, and trying to get a scope on what they're going to do. It looks like one of the crews possibly going back to the dock, and or they're just circling really, and having a grand old time. We've got a great regatta today. We've got all kinds of events during the course of the day. We haven't had the stakes settled yet for the men's and the ladies' championship races, but that will obviously be coming up very shortly. The stake positions will be selected after all is said and done here, after this race is completed. And they've got a little bit of a reprieve. 6:30 is the Caravan Ladies Championship race, and 7 o'clock the men take to the boats and complete the Adrian Travers Championship trophy for this year. Oh, we've got a couple of racing shells in position, and we've got another official's boat coming over to lead some assistance in starting off this race. They are sort of wandering around in the outfield, so to speak. I don't know what the circumstances are, or whether they're quite ready to defend their title or take the title away from last year's title holder. It's a great day here. It's a great evening for the race for the championship in both divisions. The fastest time of the day in the men's division was Capital Home Hardware. Capital Home Hardware came in a time of 9:31:97, and that was a very good time this morning. And in fact, the first race of the day usually dictates the winners in the championships, and that would have been the second race of the day. Normally, it's the men's senior race that leads off the pack, but this year it's the women's labor race, and that had some interesting times as well. And I think the entire crew in 4 crews in the labor race this morning, 8 o'clock, will be competing in this race. And if my memory serves me to right, the entire crew in the the labor race, the second race of today's card, will be competing in the men's championship. So the finals on that will be forthcoming. The best time of the day in the men's category, as we mentioned, was 9:31:97, and the finest time of the day for the women's category, Volkswagen St. John's, their time this morning just at the 5-minute mark. So look forward to a very challenging women's championship this evening, and the men's championship will be following a half hour later. Still waiting for the crews to put themselves in a position where they can challenge each other with their oars, and I don't mean hit each other over the head or anything, but I'm sure that they're going to be having a fun run. This is apparently a fundraising effort for with the regatta here. So good luck to all those who participated, all those who took part, and all the crews taking part in this race. 4 crews taking part are Laval High School in the outside lane, number 1. The fire department will be in lane number 2. The town of Placentia in lane number 3, and the RCMP in lane number 4. They seem to be moving into somewhat of a starting position now. They're moving up towards the midway marker boys. They won't turn those boys because they're not starting off from the stake positions, but they will start from the same as the under 16s, the under 14s did. Sure. Let's see how the coordination goes on their oars personship, shall we say, put it that way. A wonderful day here during the day, and the weather cooperated 100% right from the opening hours this morning right until the championship. It looks like it's going to be a nice pond on the championship race as well, both races. Placentia Regatta, this is the 61st running of the Placentia Regatta, 61 years, and a couple of years there was for COVID and whatever, they obviously couldn't do it in the manner that it's normally done. We have the RCMP seem to be in position in lane number 4. They won't start. They'll start, I think, on the side of the boys instead of picking up the toggle and grabbing a toggle and starting off from there. I think that's the name of the game. They'll start between lane 1 and lane 2. And off they go. They are on the move, ladies and gentlemen. We have this fun race underway. And let's see what gives. In the outside lane, we have Laval High School in the outside lane, lane number 1. We have the fire department in lane number 2. They've opened up a little bit of a lead, and I hear they're the defending champions. The town of Placentia is really giving them a good shot. They're about Steven now, and maybe inching a little bit ahead. We have the RCMP crew the RCMP, we don't know the team members on any of these teams yet, but any of these crews yet, but I'm sure that they're well aware of how they're going to take the fun run and run with it, so to speak. Their oars are in the water now, and we're already a minute into this race. They're rowing from the buoy positions midway down the pond to the stake positions. And lane number 1, we've got RCMP with a little bit of a lead over the fire department. The fire department, Placentia Area Fire Department, has, I think the Placentia Area Fire Department has slipped ahead a little bit. Let's see how the coordination of those oars go into the water. In second place, it looks like we'll have to keep that for a moment, and we can safely assume that the Laval High School crew is battling for third with the fire department. The fire department seems to be having a little bit of difficulty. The town of Placentia is moving, I think, ahead just a little bit of the RCMP at this time. It looks at this point, we're looking down on the race course, and it looks like the bows of both those boats go in favor of the town of Placentia. RCMP are just a shade behind them, less than a boat length, of course, and in the second lane, the fire department, the Placentia Area Fire Department, is in third position, and they're challenging the Laval High School graduates. Laval High School are in fourth place at this very moment. The officials' boats are following suit just in case something unusual were to happen on the last leg of this particular journey. It looks like the town of Placentia is going to take it. The town of Placentia will be in lane number 3, and they are proclaimed the winner. We don't have an official, but it's 2:41. RCMP behind at about a little bit behind, probably 3/4 of a boat length behind. So RCMP behind the town of Placentia. Placentia, it looks like or is it the fire department? I'm not sure. I am not sure. I think it might be the town, the fire department, and the Laval High School graduates seem to be in fourth position at this point in time. We'll have to get an official on this because this is a little bit confusing. The fire department is the one that came in second place. That's the fire department. Okay, we'll concur. We'll say that is the winner. And it looks like it was the fire department, but the town of Placentia was in the inside lane, and they didn't figure into the first and second running. So it looks like the fire department is the victor for one more year, and the defending champion will stay as champions of the Placentia Regatta. We will endeavor to have the official times when we come back with the championship races later this evening. We clock it at about 2:45 or so, 2:41 to 2:45, somewhere in that general area, and we'll have the official time when they proclaim it from the timekeepers just behind our location here atop the boathouse in Placentia. This is the 61st running of the Placentia Regatta, live from Southeast Arm, Placentia. Well, good evening for the second last time this evening. We're having the women's championship race, and it'll be followed by the men's championship race. And the women's championship race is as follows. It's a carbon copy of the first race of the day at 8 o'clock this morning. So 8 o'clock this morning to 6:30 this evening. Here's the lineup. Volkswagen St. John's will be at lane number 4, the nearest lane. Smith Stockley in the port of Placentia Argentia will be in lane number 3 next to them. And High Hydraulic in the nickel in lane 2. Daw and Burke in the Lion in lane number 1. That's the standing for this particular race, and we're ready to go. There's the shotgun, and everybody is off for the Karen Kirvan Memorial Trophy. This is the championship race for the women's championship race this evening, and it'll be ongoing until we finally find a winner in probably 4 or 5, 6 minutes from now. Everybody getting away to a really strong start. They're really putting away. Every one of the racing shells has a wake behind it. They're really putting their oars in the water with a vengeance. We have the men's championship coming up afterward. We'd like to recall now the fun race, the times on the fun race, which we didn't broadcast yet. It was won by the fire department with a time of 2:53.82. Second place finisher, RCMP, at 2:58.47. Third place, Town of Placentia, 3:08.97. And in fourth, Laval High School grads. Their time was 3:20.31. And that's the story of this particular race, which was the fun race leading up to the championship race. The championship race is on, and it's a very, very even match so far. If we've got to give the nod to anybody at this point, it would be High Hydraulic. And we'll just see how it, sorry about that, Smith Stockley. And let's see how it pans out as they get around those markers down there. They're just about, about 3/4 the way to the turning of the boys at this point in time. And we're nearing 2 minutes into the race, so we should have a pretty good time on this one because conditions are somewhat ideal all throughout the day and continuing into the championship race times this evening. Passing the 2-minute mark, they're just approaching the boys. We have pretty much of an even match underway, and High Hydraulic seems to be in a little bit of a lead, but no, Smith Stockley will just come in and turn the boys as we speak, and the Volkswagen St. John's crew getting in there as well. And the split for all crews would be about 2:29. 2:29 is the split at halfway, so 2:29 is the split. Getting around the boys in pretty efficient fashion, and let's see how they straighten up and get back the pond. It looks like in the outside lane now we have Daw and Burke a little bit of a wider arc than the others, straightening up, and on the way back we've got Volkswagen St. John's in the lead. Volkswagen St. John's with a slight lead, and Volkswagen had a respectable showing this morning at 5 minutes even in the first race of the day. Dean Hammond, Jane Brody, Jenny Wadden, Kate Wadden, Nancy Beaton, Stephanie Davis, Connie Duffett, and the spare Maggie Carew, the coach on that team, Nancy Beacon. And still they're in front by just a whisker, maybe, less than a boat length. Second place right now goes to Smith Stockley. And in third, it's High Hydraulic. And in fourth, it would be the Daw and Burke crew in the outside lane, taking a little wider turn than the other 3 racing shells in this championship. We're coming up on 4 minutes now, 3:50 to 4 minutes, and the lead still is being held by Volkswagen St. John's. Volkswagen St. John's in the lead. They qualified with a 5-minute show in the first race of the day. They've got a 1 boat length lead over Smith Stockley at this stage of the game. A couple of boat lengths behind, we have High Flow Hydraulic, and in fourth place, it's Daw and Burke in this championship race. We're moving along down the line here, and it looks like Volkswagen St. John's is going to give it their all in this last few yards of this race. It's a 1 boat lead right now, a 1 boat lead. They've got a 1 boat lead over Smith Stockley. John Barrington and his crew, they're going to be the ones that'll qualify for the championship. I'm sure they're going to qualify for first place. It looks like it's going to be Volkswagen St. John's as they near the inside lane in their smart greenish yellow jerseys. Barrington and his group in their black over black. And here's the finish. There's the shotgun. We clock at 5:06:63, and now just over the line is the Smith Stockley crew with a very good showing indeed. High Flow Hydraulic is just about to cross the finish line now, and the fourth place finisher, Daw and Burke, Denise crew, and here her crew, they are well back of the pack, but still a great show in this particular race. This is the Karen Curvin Championship, and it will go this year to none other than Volkswagen St. John's with the fastest time of the day this morning, and a little slower time on this one. We clock it unofficially at 5:06:63, but that's subject to change as the official time will be mapped out in the officials' room just to our back. They're taking a breather now as they just rest on their oars. Volkswagen St. John's, very smart in their very bright greenish color, almost a fluorescent green. And Barrington and his crew with black jerseys, a little on the red side for the third place finishers, and the fourth place finishers, Daw and Burke, in their white. So it's a very colorful women's championship race today, and we'll just wait and see if we can get the official time on it before we sign off. If not, we will certainly come back and do that, and that's probably what we will do. They're signing off on it now, so we'll just leave it put, and we'll be back about a half hour with the men's championship, the Adrian Travers Trophy, here at Placentia Regatta. If a Southeast Arm Placentia with the championship crew, it's Volkswagen St. John's live at Southeast Placentia Boathouse. Good afternoon for the final time from the 61st Placentia Regatta. We're ready with the Adrian Travers Championship race, and they're off on the way. And once again, everybody getting away even Steven. Very, very good show. And the Capital Home Hardware crew is in the nearby lane number 4. MCO HVAC in the Miss Lion in lane number 3. Next to them is Canadian Forces, Browning Harvey, number 2, and Smith Stockley in the outside lane number 1. That's the way we call it right here. We have the officials. Everybody, it's pretty much even as they fade from our vantage point here at the end of the pond. We want to go over the championship race here for the women. Dawn Burke came in 4th place, their time 5:33.85. High Flowdraulic in the nickel, they came in 3rd with 5:22.88. In 2nd place, Smith Stockley 5:10.12, and the winner, Volkswagen St. John's 5:06.75. And in this race, the Adrian Travers Championship race, we've got a runaway here. Capital Home Hardware seems to have eked out a considerable lead as they head down toward the midway marker, boys, before they turn the boys at the end of the pond. They'll pass through the midway markers, and this is the way we call it. Capital Home Hardware in the inside lane with a substantial lead right now over Canadian Forces Browning Harvey, as Canadian Forces number 1 team Browning Harvey. They are trailing in 2nd place, and challenging them for 2nd place, it's MCO in the Miss Lion in lane number 3, and Smith Stockley, the outside lane, is bringing up the rear at 4th place at this moment. We've got a great race underway. They have to go through the midway marker, boys, and all the way to the head of the pond, turn the boys there, and are on the way back. We're about 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes into the race right now, and it looks like Capital Home Hardware has opened up a substantial lead, about 3 boat lengths to 4 over the other, the nearest rival, and that would be the Canadian Forces number 1 Browning Harvey crew in, and MCO is in 3rd place. In 4th, it's Smith Stockley. Canadian Forces number 1 Browning Harvey, they're in lane number 2, so they're just about in 2nd place, and they're being challenged in 2nd place by MCO HVAC at this time. However, they've gone through the marker, boys, and they're on the way down to the 2nd quarter of the pond. A substantial lead opened up in lane 4 by Capital Home Hardware, rowing in the Miss Placentia. We're past the 3-minute mark right now, 3:06, and HVAC, MCO HVAC dragging in 3rd place. Canadian Forces number 1 team, Browning Harvey, they are in 2nd, and not too far behind we have MCO. In lane 3, Smith Stockley is a definite 4th at this stage of the game. The preferred racing lane, as we have indicated over the years here at Southeast Arm, seems to be number 4 lane. It's closest to shore, and it's a little more accommodating, and crews like to pick that lane if they have the opportunity. Capital Home Hardware, substantial lead as they head toward the turning of the boys. Canadian Forces number 1 / Browning Harvey crew in lane number 3. They're in 2nd place. Lane number 2, they're in 2nd place. In 3rd place, we have MCO HVAC rowing in the Miss Lion, and they're in 3rd place, about a boat length behind Canadian Forces. Smith Stockley, number of boat lengths behind, probably about 3 boat lengths, 2 to 3 boat lengths. Smith Stockley is in that position right now. Going into the turn, we have Capital Home Hardware. We'll give you the split as we get it, as soon as they're perpendicular with the whole slew of things, and we clock it at about 4:39. 4:39 is the split on this one. 4:39. So that's a good showing right now. They've made a wide arc and they're on the way back. And going up into second place, we have Canadian Forces. They're just about to go into the turn. And going into the turn as well as IMCO HVAC, they're crossing over and going into their respective buoys. Making the turn, just attempting to move into the turn, we have the Smith-Stockley crew in lane number 1. They're fairly close to the buoy over there. They'll probably make a good turn. All the crews have negotiated the end of the pond, the turning of the buoys very successfully, and way out in front on the way back, it's Capital Home Hardware. We make the split for Capital Home Hardware at about 4:39. That's the split as they head back the pond, and they are a substantial distance away from the other 3 racing shells in this particular race. This is the Adrian Travers Men's Championship. The Women's Championship has been declared, won by Volkswagen St. John's. Their time 5:06.75. Second place finisher Smith-Stockley. Third, High Flowdraulic, and Daw and Burke are in 4th place. An enormous lead now, the biggest lead of the day, I think, so far. This is Capital Home Hardware in the nearby lane. If you happen to be viewing from the race course here in Placentia, number of cars on the parking lot, people probably still in the vehicles just waiting for this championship race to be completed. It's for the Adrian Travers Championship, and it's underway now for probably about 6.5 minutes or so. And the winner looks like it's going to be Capital Home Hardware, because I do not think that Canadian Forces team or EMCO HVAC can pick it up. HVAC has come away with second place at this point in time, and it looks like Canadian Forces Browning Harvey crew have relegated to 3rd place, and in the outside lane, Smith-Stockley are in number 4 position in this race. Racing towards the end of the pond, we have the crew from Canadian Forces. They've dropped back into 3rd place, and it looks like at this point in time that EMCO HVAC, rowing in the Miss Line, is the nearest competitor as they pass through the lead boat passes through the midway marker buoys on the way back on the final quarter of the pond. Capital Home Hardware rowing in the Placentia, and we look forward to a good time on this one. They've passed 7:40 right now, and a substantial lead opened up, the biggest lead of the day. Capital Home Hardware rowing to victory, I would assume, in this race. EMCO HVAC has taken over 2nd place after they passed the buoys, the turning of the buoys, and Canadian Forces number 1 / Browning Harvey had 2nd place going into the down towards the buoys, but coming back had lost some steam, and it looks like they're almost neck and neck now with Smith-Stockley, the crew that was in 4th place going down towards the end of the pond. They're headed up towards the end of the stakes position. We've passed 8 minutes and coming up on 8 minutes and 30 seconds now, and it looks like the winner on this one is going to be Capital Home Hardware. Capital Home Hardware in their attractive red traditional home hardware colors. They've got a good oar in the water, and they are an enormous number of boat lengths ahead of the nearest competitor, which is EMCO HVAC in lane number 3. Back in the pack, it looks like the Canadian Forces number 1 crew, Browning Harvey, has lost a lot of steam coming back, and the Smith-Stockley crew are challenging them for 3rd place. Out in front, we still have Capital Home Hardware. They will win it. It's just a matter of getting the official time on this one. They're over the 9-minute mark now, and they have several boat lengths to go before they reach the end of the pond. They're rowing very, very strongly indeed. Coming up on 9 minutes and 30 seconds right now. Capital Home Hardware looks like they are going to take this one in a landslide. And there's the shotgun, 9:31:20. That's we clock at 9:31:20. Let's see what the official time is as the music fades and the second place finisher approaches. Emco HVAC in lane 2. They will finish in all probability in second place, and we've got a toss-up between third and fourth between Canadian Forces number 1 / Browning Harvey crew and Smith Stockley. It's going to be a quite a substantial lead that Emco has over the other two racing shells in a race for second place. And the Home Hardware crew, Capital Home Hardware, has finished it. It's just a matter of getting the official time. We clock it on officially at 9:31:20. We'll wait for the official time coming up. We have the Emco HVAC crew coming over the line as we speak. And they're over now, and the clocks are ticking on their performance, and I would suspect that the second place finisher would be a substantial distance behind Capital Home Hardware, and behind them again we've got Canadian Forces number 1 / Browning Harvey about a boat length away from the end of this race, and they're over the line now, and the bow is just approaching for Smith Stockley, about 2/3 of a boat length behind in fourth place. So that's the story of the championship race here, the men's championship. Of course, the women's championship, as we mentioned, was won by Volkswagen St. John's. Their time, 5:06:75. The women's championship goes to Volkswagen St. John's. Smith Stockley came in second position, 5:10:12. Highful Hydraulic in third with 5:22:88. Daw and Burke rowing in the miss line in lane number 1 finished in fourth place. Their time 5:33:85. As the crews rest now after their jaunt down the pond, we've got to say that Capital Home Hardware really left no stone unturned, so to speak. Even though the stones are not indicative to floating on water, they left nothing in the tank. They just had the afterburners going, and they really went for it. And I think we'll get a good time. We clock it out officially at 9:31:20. Before we disappear, we'd like to get the official time on that one. And we'd like to thank many of the people who took part in the production here today. We thank B&G Productions for their excellent video, their drone footage, and it really added to the significance of this, the 61st Placentia Regatta. Thanks to all the rowers in particular, and the coaches, the coxswains, and all the people associated with it, the volunteers who make it all happen, the committee members, Matt Foley, the president, the treasurer, Laura Lannon, who looks after the numbers, and Lily Mulrooney, who looks after the words as secretary. Public relations is Angie Pittman. Beth Collins takes care of bookkeeping, and Gene Collins is a consultant on the on this particular effort. And I want to just say thank you to Gene for all the work he's put in over the years to advancing the cause of this Placentia Regatta site. It's really your legacy, Gene. We've got the official times on the championship. The Adrian Travers Men's Championship won handily by Capital Home Hardware rowing in the Placentia. Their time, 9:31:87. That's 9:31:87, a first place finisher, Capital Home Hardware. And look how far Emco HVAC is behind at 10:30:03 in second place. So you can see the difference there, and really Capital Home Hardware romped home with no stone unturned, as I mentioned. Canadian Forces number 1 crew came in third position / Browning Harvey. They rowed in the Port of Argentia at 10:55:75, and Smith Stockley rowing in the Nickel with 10:58:19. And a thank you to all who associated themselves with the regatta. Thank you to everyone from Tom Hickey, who started it all in 1963, down to Matt Foley, who is the current acting president over 60 years later. Thank you to all who participated in the regatta over the years, and in particular this year. And that's the way it'll go down in the history books for the Placentia Regatta 61st edition. So, on behalf of all the crew here, and this is Russ Murphy bidding you a very pleasant good evening from Southeast Arm, Placentia.